And that's the shofar. Hashiram Tazama, the Ten Commandments. Ra'ah, Yahaya, Rakah, Alahayim, Hakarayim, Iopinia. No and not have other gods before me. La'ah, Thayosha, Lakah, Pasah, Wala'ah, Thayobadma. No or not thou make graven images to serve them. La'ah, Thalaqah, Sham, Yahweh, Ba, Shiwa. No or not thou take the Most High's name in vain. Zakar, Ha-Yuam, Ha-Shabbat, La, Kodashwa. Remember the Sabbath day, keep it holy. Kabah, Lavakah, Wa, Makah, honor your father and mother. La'atha, Latazak, no and not thou murder. La'atha, Kanab, no and not thou adultery. La'atha, Kanab, no and not thou steal. La'atha, Anashikar, no and not thou testify falsely. La'atha, Kamad, Kala, Shira, La, Rakaya. No and not thou covet, which is our neighbors. Selah, hallelujah. Amen.
Praise Yah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Selah. Thank you, Elder. Hallelujah.
Hashira.
And everything you should do is in Yah's name. You've got to do everything that he says in his name.
Yeah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Romans 11:5. That's what we was talking about, that remnant.
Praise Yah. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Thank you, Yah.
Praise Yah.
Yes.
Shalom! Welcome to Mashiach's Assembly! Don't forget, shoes off at the door!
Respect Yah's house.
Hey, my Yah is so. Hey, my Yah is so. Torah, 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 Yah, Torah, 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 Yah. Praise God! Praise God!
Praise Yah.
Shalom!
We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. For your name is great and greatly to be praised. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
We sing praise.
Add to the stage. All right. All praise to the Most High. Wasn't sure if y'all could hear me. Let me see. They muted me first because they be used to doing that. No, they didn't mute me. All right. Let me see. The level is kind of low. And bring the level up a little bit. I know I'm going to get. All right. Bring the level up a little bit more because I'm talking kind of calm. All right. It's probably going to go up a little later. I don't know why it's so low. All right. Well, whatever. All right. There you go. Once I get louder, it starts getting crazy. All right. There we go. Welcome to the Divine Discussions, episode 140-something. Thank you, Yasha. Episode 140-something. Tonight's study. Did Egypt draw Abraham on the tomb walls? Shout out to Yeshalayah. Shout out to everybody in the building, in the comment section. Sister Phyllis Richards, sorry I couldn't see everybody. Yes, Sister Yolanda. Everybody in the building, the whole Mashiach Assembly Ministries, House of Yah. All right? All right. And the people who are going to watch on the replay. Thank you. 140. So we had 140. Divine Discussions, episode 140. Did Egypt draw Abraham on tomb walls? 1900 BC evidence exposed. The Hasan mysteries. Yeah, we're gonna learn some things tonight. We got some unveiling to do, and they got some splaining to do. Right? They got some splaining to do. What is going on with history? Yeah, they rewriting history right now. Y'all gonna see something that's crazy work, some triggering stuff too. I'm like, God, these people crazy out here outside right now with history. They just writing whatever they want for history. All right, so let me do this. Let me grab this. All right, first of all, let me put the link for my brothers and sisters to join me on the screen. Copy. Let my brothers and sisters in the house. Control V. Enter. All right. Let me get my life together. Hold on. Get myself together. Right. Brothers and sisters coming in the building. We about to get started. The Abraham's, what is it called? Did Egypt, ancient, well, actually, because we said 1900 BC, I want y'all to know that's not Egypt. That's ancient Kemet. That's before the Hellenes enslaved them and conquered them and named them Egyptos. That's before the Persians conquered them and enslaved them and named them Madraya. They were ancient Kemet, the land of the blacks. Yeah, that part. They wasn't no doggone Egyptians. So, but, you know, history writes it now. They writes what the conquerors said. Oh, crap. Here I go again. I'm trying to get my life together and it's acting foolish. All right, come on, bro. Oh, come on, whatever. All right, let me just grab these two, put it back, and there we go. I'll just do it like that. We'll just do it like that. All right. Stop it. Stop the foolishness. All right, grab that new growth on the sides and pull that in over there. There you go. Just want to look kind of a little bit presentable. All right, it's kind of hot in here too. All right, let's get started. All right, so shout out to Sister Yafana Yasharel. Great name, Brother Dayarak. All right, people coming in the building, find out we live. Let me add my brothers and sisters. Shalom Elder, Shalom Hakyama. All right, let's get started. Share screen, window, bang. I don't know why I'm so hot. Share. It's kind of hot. Didn't have much sleep, but it is what it is. I got some. All right, there go the thumbnail. Well, I think I got 3 hours. That was better than what I was getting before. I'll take that 3 hours. There it go. That's the thumbnail. All right, let me take I need to take the show comments off the stage. There we go. I want to block. Shalom, young King Yasha. All right. Now, this is the thumbnail. Now, y'all, something crazy gonna come out tonight. Like, some of y'all might not know. Y'all gonna be like a head blown emoji. Like, what in the world? Yeah, it's getting worse, right? They rewriting history right now, right? Trying to say, there was no slavery and stuff like that. So this is the thumbnail, and this thumbnail says Abraham's image exposed, right? So this is what they show us as Abraham. Right there. This is what they want the world, and the world is believing that this was Abraham. This is the father of the Hebrews. This was Shem's descendant, right? But the Egyptians drew a different image of Abraham. See, I'm more adept to believe what the ancients of that age wrote and drew. Really what they drew in their stone carvings and reliefs and their tombs that are being excavated now in archaeological digs and sites, rather than some images that some painters painted later, or some books that some people wrote later. All right? So I'm more adept to believe what the ancient Kemet, what they drew. This dude here, this one, that's an ancient Kemet. They drew themselves, right? That's an endonym. Like when you name yourself, I'm more adept to be believing what they wrote, what they drew, than what some conquerors later want to write their likeness and image, right? So they got people all over the world talking about Egypt literally was these white Arabs or white people. Y'all know they show all the movies, right? But ancient Kemet on the caves, the tombs, the hieroglyphs, they drew themselves. And then they drew the people who came into their city. They drew their slaves. They drew the people who they trade and bartered with. They drew everything. I'm more apt to believe what they said that survived for 3,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 years than what some of these people come later. So these people want to write and say this what Abraham looked like. But we're going to show what ancient Egypt said Abraham looked like. All right? Let me get my stage set. Let me grab this because I got a lot of different things to pull out. So the Most High is going to guide me what to do first, second, and third as we walk this on out. So I'm going to do this one since I got that picture on the screen. Watch, this is what they show you Abraham looked like. Oh, I got to stop share. Stop share. Share screen. Just to bring receipts of what I'm talking about. Y'all know what I do. It's just bring modern day receipts, right? A little simple Wikipedia, right? Public knowledge. It says Abraham. Abraham, originally Abram, child of Bala, is the common Hebrew patriarch of the Abrahamic religions, including Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Now, the reason why all that Christianity is foolishness, but whatever. Sorry, I don't mean that. No disrespect to the Christians. What I mean by that is, and is Judaism. Abraham is the father to the Israelite culture and the tribe of Judah, not Judaism and schisms and schisms. These were converts later who do some Babylonian Talmud stuff, right? Now, and then Christianity, that's the Romans first called them that in Antioch. This got nothing to do, right? But Islam does, because his son, Ishmael, that's his descendants, the Arabs. That's their culture, Islam. So that's their granddaddy too. Islam and Israel, Israelite and Islam. That's their culture. I know all this Christianity and Judaism stuff. That's when you get later. These other people converting and these conquerors come. That's who write these images. You understand? Because Christianity writes the image of these, right? There's these images. That's where you get this foolishness from, right? That this is, okay? We going somewhere. So this is what they tell you he looked like, right? Look, that's him. They say, this is Abraham. And they get Abraham's journey to Canaan, right? Then they got all these Abraham's counsel to Sarai. So everybody's white, right? It is what it is, right? But we going somewhere. So this is what they say Abraham looks like. All right, hold on. This is what they want us to believe. Okay, right? We're just supposed to believe this. All right, now, this is Abraham from Ur the Chaldees, Mesopotamia. We're about to learn something about Ur the Chaldees and Mesopotamia, right? Now, from ancient books, ancient texts. All right, so this is what they want us to believe Abraham looked like. Okay, cool. Y'all want me to believe that? Cool. But the Egyptians, who Abraham actually went into their country and bartered and traded with them, they said he looked different. They didn't say he looked like that. So let's get started. I got some things to show. Some things y'all never. Go ahead.
There are a few Earth births.
Oh, go ahead. Who is it?
Let me check. One is Laria's Earth birth is today.
Laura Yah from the Bronx?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Shooky, the Bronx is on fire tonight. Laura Yah, happy Earth birth to you, daughter of Yah. May the Most High bless you on this day that He breathed a breath of life into you. Who else? It's popular, huh? These December babies.
Saria's, Ma'aya's baby girl.
Not Yaha's brand new baby girl? No, she
Mm-hmm.
can't be. Oh, she won already? Time
Mm-hmm.
went that fast? Oh my goodness, time be flying. Shout out to Mariyaha, and Shashasa. Their baby girl is 1 year old. Happy Earth birth, little baby girl. Most High breathe a breath into her little soul. Nefesh Nafayas became a living soul about a year ago. Praise the Most High, she being raised in spirit and in truth. Her daddy and mama's in the truth. And all right, let's go. And that's it. Them two.
And I had recorded also Ahabaya's Earth birth.
Okay. Happy Earth birth to Ahabayah, our sister in Abraham's bosom. But we don't do, just so you know, Hakyama, for the future, we don't do earth births for the deceased. So don't mention that anymore. That's not how that works. But so we not for the deceased. Praise Yah. Shout out to our sister in Abraham's bosom. Praise the Most High. His holy name is rightful order. She chilling like Bob Dylan, ready to come on back for the resurrection because she was righteous all the way till she went to Abraham's bosom. That part. You heard? And she watching over us. Yeah, she is. Over her husband, her babies, over old Unc. She listening right now. I know she like, say it with your chest, Unc. She over in Abraham's bosom chilling like Bob Dylan. Shout out to Ahaba Yah. All right, from Ghana, West Africa, our sister. You heard? All right, love you, Ahaba Yah. All right, now, happy Earth birth. I thought it was Texas too, not Texas. Just Larry Yah? Okay, I thought it was Texas Earth birth. All right, happy Earth birth to Larry Yah, little baby, my Yaha, little baby girl. All right, let's get started. Now, the all right, so where was I going? I'm going, I was gonna show y'all something that just messed me up. Going from here, all right, let's just freestyle till I get back on track. Oh, I'm gonna go put that back up. All right, let me do this. Stop share, share screen, window. Gotta walk this on in. Let's walk it on in. Tonight, y'all gonna learn about some ancients. You're gonna learn about an ancient Shemetic individual. They call them Mesopotamic region. They call this place Mesopotamia between the Tigris and the Euphrates. It's the Fertile Crescent, but it's actually the land that was allotted to Shem's descendants, from the flood, Ham, Shem, and Japheth. Shem was allotted what they call the Middle East now, and the Near East, and all whatever they call that stuff. It's the Afra region. That's why they call them the Afro-Asiatic. It's the Shemetic region of the Fertile Crescent, the Levant. Okay, and that was Shem was allotted that land. So tonight we're going to learn about an individual called Abishai the Amu. That is in the Akkadian tongue. The Akkadians are a descendant from Cush, actually. So as I'm going to break down, the Hamites, which Canaan, from the Canaanites, and Cush, mix their seed with Shem's descendants. I'll show y'all on the screen in a second, right? And from this mixture, you get a group of individuals called the Canaanites. But you also get a set of group of individuals that are not really talked about throughout history. And I'm not sure if they even have like a name like that. They call them Canaanites. but they are a Cushitic mixture with Shemetic. And this came about because of Nimrod. Because Cush came down from Mount Ararat where the ark landed, and he inhabited the land of Shem. That's Nimrod's descendant. Okay? All right. Now, all right, so I'll show you all that in a second. I'm just doing my intro. You're going to learn about an ancient Egyptian Kemet. He's not Egyptian. That's a slur. See, we're going to learn to call the people what they are. History has a bad repetitive nature of calling people what they were later conquered and called by the enslavers, right? Like we'll call the Greeks when they was in Egypt. When they weren't Greeks, they were Hellenes. They didn't become Greeks until Rome conquered them and gave them that slur, right? So same thing. We're talking 1900 BC. That's before ancient Kemet was ever conquered. So they were never Egypt. That's a slur, okay? These are ancient Kemet, the land of the blacks. There was a governor of the Org district of ancient Middle Kemet, what they call Egypt. Around 1900 BC, his name was Kumhotep II. Okay? We're going to get there in a minute. All right? Now, archaeologists excavated his tomb. It's around Middle Egypt, Middle Kemet, in the mid. You're going to show it on the map. And it was a tomb at a site that they call Beni Hasan. And they excavated a tomb. And this is where ancient Kemet was supposed to have drawn Abraham when he came to trade and barter. That's in the Bible. When he told his wife Sarah to say she was his sister because the Pharaoh going to be lusting after her, and they might unalive him to wife his sister, take his wife. That was Kemet, ancient Kemet. All right. Now, I'm bringing that little intro because where am I going to go? Let's show some images, and then I'll break down where we're going. Because we are living in a time where history itself is under revision. Not through open debate, but through something they call quiet replacement. Faces are being repainted. Stories are being rewritten. Timelines are being adjusted. See, until what was once clear, defined in history, all right, and until what was once known becomes disputed, okay? Until this is cleared up, the future will be written in the image, in the direction of any type of individuals who want to control the narrative, okay? This lesson is not about anger tonight. It's not about envy. It's not about disrespect. It's not about claiming what does not belong to us, so-called blacks, all right? Because that's the history that's really being rewritten, right? It ain't about jealousy, it ain't about envy. We ain't trying to claim what don't belong to us, right? Y'all gonna see them, they talking about they was kings. You know, they love to say that stuff, right? It's about truth versus the lie. It's about truth, what I call versus the remix. I say history has been remixed. Because when history is altered, then identities become affected. And when identity is confused, then a people can be led anywhere. Y'all hear me? The Most High warns us that wisdom will not always be preserved by institutions, but it will be preserved by those who seek out the truth, the seekers. Ecclesiastes 12:9 says, because the preacher was wise, he still taught the people knowledge. Yea, he gave good heed and sought out and set in order many proverbs. Because the teacher had wisdom, he sought out the truth and set in order many proverbial things. He's taught the people knowledge. See, wisdom requires effort, children of the Most High. It requires examination. It requires the courage to look again at what we were told to accept without question. Tonight, we're not here to tear down anybody's belief systems. We are here to test narratives, to separate evidence from assumption, to distinguish tradition from facts. When ancient figures are repainted, when so-called African civilizations are being detached from Africa, when images that they're showing us no longer match the geography or the chronology or the culture, it's not hateful of us to ask what is going on. It is not envious for us to question what they are feeding us. It is called wise discernment, studying to show ourselves approved, because truth does not fear investigation. Understand that statement. The truth ain't scared of no investigation. It welcomes it. Lies are shook of people digging and asking questions. Proverbs 18 and 13 says, he that answereth the matter before he heareth it, it is folly and shame unto him. So tonight, we're going to pay attention. We're going to listen carefully. We're going to observe closely. We're going to move slowly as the Most High instructed, and we will allow the evidence and not our emotions to speak. This is not about rewriting history. I'm going to say that again. It is about removing the remix. Let us begin now this study with clear eyes, humble hearts, and a minds prepared to learn and guard the truth, the whole truth, and none but the truth. Now, let me show you some images, what they're doing. Shout out to Swift over on Facebook. Shout out to Swift. Love you, Big Swift. Shout out to Terra Ab Projects. Him stay strong out. Now, I'm going to show y'all. Stop share. Watch. This is the stuff that's going on. It's getting crazy outside. I didn't even know some of this stuff going on. It's going to be a couple of head-blown emoji moments tonight. Just to let y'all know. It's going to definitely be some head-blown emoji moments tonight. All right, so let me grab. Am I going to do that one first? No. Let me say that one. Where I'll do this one first. Let's do this one first. Bang. Right? Because that's this the thumbnail. Right? So let me go to window. Bang. Share. All right? Let me set it up. Right? Let me get it nice and there we go. Full screen. So y'all going to see some historical facts. This ain't just a picture. This is the actual tomb. See, these are the type of receipts I like. I'm good. I'll do the ancient books and ancient texts, but I'm good with all this modern stuff and people drawing images. This right here is the actual tomb, the tomb of Kumenhotep II. He was the governor of the Org district of ancient Kemet around 1900 BC. All right, you're seeing, and I'm going to show y'all in a second, and I got a video clip coming, right? Now, this is the ancient tomb inside. You see? Beautiful image. Look what they draw. See, this is the part that I'm talking about. They draw themselves. Y'all see? They drew themselves. And this is not a pharaoh. This is actually in the community in the middle Kemet, Egypt, what they call Egypt. You're going to see on the map. This is a governor. So he had a position, but this ain't a tomb of a pharaoh. All right? All right? Look, they drew themselves. Okay? That's the historical facts. We need the receipts. Okay? Right? Let me write his name. Kumotep. 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 The Kumotep. So I can remember that as I break down, as we show y'all some images before we get into the second. Kumotep the second. All right? Governor. Yeah. The governor of the Auric district. All right. Now let's go to the next image. This is the all right, I'll explain what this is. So this is another image of the tomb. Now this is the tomb. Look how grand it is. These are actual pictures from the excavation site, right? So now you're getting to see the pillars inside the tomb. And there's the doors going into another chamber, another room. And you see all the hieroglyphs, right? You see they drew themselves. Shout out to the Most High for making all cultures record history, lest we would be lost. We would be having to rely on the liars, the cheaters, the enslavers, the diddies, right? All right, that part. Let's continue. Now, this is the tomb of Kumhotep II. Here we go. This is what they drew on the walls. Ancient Egypt, okay? This is what they drew on the walls. Shout out to Miss She in the building. Now, for everybody, not to get ahead of ourselves, but this is an individual that historians are saying is Abraham. Y'all see his afro? Y'all see that nose? All right? They're saying it's Abraham. In the ancient Akkadian, the name is pronounced Abisha the Amu. We'll break that down. That will come out later. All right? I'm going to show videos. We're doing the intro to tonight's study. Right? We got video receipts and all type of stuff. All right? So this is supposed to have been Abraham. This is what ancient historians are discussing and saying now. And they're saying bringing his family into Egypt. Okay? That is recorded in the Sefariyah that they call the Bible. And this is in the tomb. This is what is drawn in the tomb. All right? Of Kumhotep II. This tomb right here. That what you just saw is on these walls. That image is on these walls, along with these images. It's another room in the tomb. Okay? All right, look at this one. They drew what they look like. Okay? All right. Now let me want to be able to see. All right. Shout out to Nappy Image in the building. Shout out to anybody I missed in the chat. I apologize. I'm trying to do 2 or 3 things at once. All right, let's continue. Now, this is a clearer image of Abraham's procession coming in with to barter with Africa, because according to the Sefariyat that they call the Bible, the land was in a famine. And Abraham, and they're saying this was Abraham, but it's all about, we'll see. We'll go through the lesson. All right? Now, they, all right, let's continue. All right? I'm just going to show some of the images. This is more of his family, the procession. They're coming in to Egypt in a line. They got babies. They bringing gifts. Okay? All right. Now, y'all remember the thumbnail, what they said Abraham looked like. These are the Mesopotamians, if you want to call them that. And look what they look like. Okay? Egypt drew them. I want y'all to point out, his skin is the same color almost as this whatever that ibex, deer, whatever that is, right? And I say that because these people make a new, they try to, what they call that? They try to use AI and stuff to regenerate the image. And when they regenerate, they change it to this. See that? So that's going to come out in the lesson. So they call themselves regenerating this image, and look now they made him a whole different complexion, right? You see, he ain't the same complexion. Why didn't you make him the same complexion he was in the image? Right? You'll see when it comes out. And look, right? So this is the procession, and now all of a sudden, look, now they changed. Now that could be anything. All right? So no, I ain't doing that. We don't do that. All right. Now again, look at the actual drawing on the tombs. Right? He like the same complexion as them. He like the same complexion of these antelopes. Or yeah, maybe it's an antelope or whatever, right? All right. So now they got the babies. They coming in. We're gonna show the video. That's the donkey. That's the men. That's a musical instrument. It's called a lyre. It's like a harp. All right? All right? Now, see, that's the whitewash. Well, they trying to remake the image. So that's supposed to be the dude with the musical instrument. But again, you see what they do? And this is why if you leave them to this, they'll change the image. Okay? All right, let's continue. Clearly, what the Egyptians drew themselves, and they had lighter, darker, and all that. But I'm showing this because you're going to see them say that Egyptians weren't black. You're about to hear this, that they were actually white. That's crazy work. I'm lost. I can't believe what's happening today. But anyway, let's continue. I just want to show these receipts. Here we go. More Egyptian artifacts of them drawing themselves, right? Ancient Kemet. Okay. Look at his hair. Okay. Ancient Kemet. All right. And this is what they said Abraham and Sarah. I'm sorry. This crazy work. So this part is funny to me. I don't mean no disrespect to nobody. But listen, shout out to Michael. Listen to this. It says, yes, thank you. Thank you. Please give a like. This says Abraham and Sarah. Now, y'all remember in the Bible, when Abraham was going into Egypt, he told Sarah to say she was his sister because she was so fine. I'm sorry, this is just funny to me. She was so hot. Sarah was so gorgeous that if she don't say she his sister, Pharaoh and them is gonna kill him to get her. Everybody gonna be after this fine thing. And so I'm sorry, but I don't see everybody going all crazy over this. I'm just being 110, right? I'm not just being nothing. We just got to keep it 100, right? I don't see nobody, they not, and they're supposed to be them going in Egypt. This picture, you're going to see when it come out in this video. You're going to see. This is them in Egypt, right? So I'm like, I don't think Pharaoh and them would have been going all crazy. I don't think everybody would have been stopping in their tracks. Okay? All right. This is supposed to be Abraham and them going into Egypt. So look what they're showing us now. See? And look. This them going into Egypt, but I just showed you what the Egyptians drew. All right? Of the Mesopotamians. Okay? What they call that. All right. Let's continue. This is what the Egyptians drew. This is what they telling us. They telling us this. All right, let's continue. All right, I'll come. That was me breaking. I was going to break down BC and AD. I'll do that another time. Let's get started. All right, I just wanted to show y'all what the title of the thumbnail is so that y'all can have an idea on the thumbnail. We're going to find out if this is actually what the Egyptians were saying was Abraham entering Egypt, and then the other dude on the thumbnail. All right, we know that there ain't nothing but ultra perm, that other dude on the thumbnail. So now before we go there, I got some yeah, it's really happening. Tell me, y'all, it's happening on another level like this. Before we go there, I got some something to show y'all. Watch this. This blows my mind. Do y'all not know? Shout out to the righteous white brothers and sisters. You know, I'm about to bring balance because I had to find a balanced clip to what we about to see tonight because it just makes no sense. So I got an actual white sister calling it out. She's like, this is nonsense, right? I do that on purpose because without that, like the stuff that some of these people are doing are so triggering that it could have us judge, you know, it can have us feel a kind of way towards all. And you never can generalize. So whenever I expose some of what these dark serpents doing, whatever color skin they in, right? I always bring the balance for whatever nationality I'm exposing the dark. So I went and found a clip of a white sister calling out this mess. But this white brother, and he got millions of people. You're going to see the comments, and they all in the comments, yeah, they thought they was Kangs and all this stuff. They saying that everybody was white. Nobody was black. Blacks, we weren't nothing but slaves. Watch this. Let me stop share because we're going to get to video too, but I'm going to show y'all the clips first. Share screen, window. This stuff blew my mind. This is today. I didn't even know. And this dude got 1 million views on this and something like that. And they all going crazy in the comment section. They loving it. I think the comment section comes up in this. Do y'all see this? Hold on. Let me get it together. Let me get it together. There we go. Get it together. Come on. I think that's about as big as I can get it. Okay, and then I can just zoom. It's still moving. Okay. All right, it got a delay. All right. So now, this, he called it species with amnesia. And they called this dude, white guy, is speaking to white America, white people. And they loving this by the millions. They really, I don't understand it, honestly. I don't understand it. But they think that they're saying that everybody was white. Yeah, including Mansa Musa. Everybody. Ethiopians were white. This right here. Esna of Axiom. They're saying Ethiopians, they were white. The Sudanese were white. Sudan. The Nubian church, Old Dongola, the Nubians were white. The Kush was white. Mansa Musa was white. The Moors, you know, they already been saying that. The Moors were white, the black Moors, and Egypt was white. Now, I need y'all to understand this is for real. And now this serpent dude who's speaking this, I know he really don't believe it, but the masses are so dumbed down, and I don't understand what's going on in a certain section of the white people who just want, I don't know where they get this hate from, where they just want to take any, they just, black people, we just can't be nothing. We can't even have Africa now. Do you understand? They said Sudan was white. That's the ancient Sudan. This the ancient Mali, Ghana, white. This the ancient Ethiopia, white. Okay? And North Africa, of course, you know, they always try to say North Africa. All right? Now watch this. They says, this is the image from Nubia, the ancient kingdom of Kush. The Caucasian features are still visible. I'm going somewhere. I got a video clip. Y'all just hold on. Y'all know how I walk it in. Okay? Yep, this is supposed to be the image. Now this is what they're feeding, Rishfly, to the young generations coming up. And these elders and all that. I know. Make it make sense, right? I guess they was wrapped like mummies to survive the sun, but it is what it is. But these people are believing this. Listen, and I'm going to show y'all the chat. This says this image is a Nubian bust from ancient kingdom of Kush in the Sudan, and the Caucasian features are still visible. This is supposed to be ancient Kush. So they're rewriting. Oh yeah, they don't care about, oh no. Listen to I'm gonna show y'all. They got science. Well, see, because nowadays they got these things, and then they got like these universities backing it, where you can do research reports and everything, and they doing all this DNA crap. And y'all know DNA is a lie from the lake of fire. Anybody. They make that stuff up in the DNA. So they can make you say anything. So they're taking DNA and they're taking all this stuff, and then they got these reports. I'm going to show you. And they're showing it. So all of the so-called whites who wants to believe this are thinking they got receipts. So this is supposed to be the ancient Kush. Okay? Ham was white now. It's crazy work. Look, they knocked the nose off. See, this is how you know they make a mockery of this stuff. I need y'all to understand that they're doing this is for real, what's happening. And it wouldn't be a problem if it was just like a joke or foolish and the people were just saying it's stupid. But no, the masses, they're like, yes, we finally got receipts. We know we ran, right? So they knocked the nose off this to try to make it look legit. And this is supposed to be the king, a Cushite from the Sudan. Here go the chat. They say he got Netflixed in 1375. They're talking about Mansa Musa. They says this is supposed to be Mansa Musa. He's white. And they say he got Netflix because they say when they did the what was that? Not Queen Cleopatra, when they made her black, right? So I show y'all the chat so just so y'all can see that I ain't just tripping. Wait, so we was kings? See? 53 replies. Oh, they loving it. Look, 683. So we was kings. These are the so-called whites all in the chat. Y'all gonna see the video in a second. Laughing my butt off, meltdown at the we wasery factory and it's imminent. So that they're saying now they got the receipts that Mansa Musa, all the kings of Africa, Kush, they were all white. So we wasn't kings. So it's a meltdown at the we wasery factory. 621. So the modern day Netflix race swap has been going on for thousands of years. Well, gentlemen, it appears we were pharaohs and such. This is what they're saying in the comments. I got a little more. This is LOTR level time. And look to my coming at first light on the 50. I don't know what that means. When I was young and went to the Canary Islands, it was strange to find out that the good Chinese were blonde with blue eyes and used to embalm their dead. But over time, it's now clear why. Look, boys, we literally was kings. Okay? So, I mean, I don't know why they hate so much, but it just is what it is. They got to deal with that. Does anybody want a Cinnabon? Right? So they in the comments enjoying this. So not only was it not out of Africa, it was into Africa. So I'm going to show y'all, he's trying to show receipts to say that nothing came out of Africa. The Europe came into Africa. Okay? Look, another video from my famous anthropologist. Oh yes, YouTube most certainly did not give me notification. I requested for this one. Thank you, Mr. Sifa. The walls are dissolving nicely. No more lies keeping us trapped. These are the whites that are saying that they say that we changed history, the blacks. This is on purpose. Y'all gonna see. Look, we was Mansa Musa in sheet. See? All right. History is fascinating, especially the true history. Keep the facts coming. Now, when y'all see that's when y'all see what they're talking about, y'all gonna be like, I cannot believe they literally believe this. All right. You've been saying this for years, and now you're beyond validated. Keep up the outstanding work, Robert. Beyond validated. All right, let's continue. This is his work of saying they blackwash Mansa Musa. So this is the image that they show of Mansa Musa. He is saying that this is the real image. And this image predates this image. They changed, they blackwashed. So they're taking and saying, you know how history was whitewashed? Now they're saying, no, history was blackwashed. Okay, they put these black people image. All right. This, and then he made a AI depiction of what Mansa Musa would have looked like. And that's this. I'm sorry. You would think they would think it's a joke, but they're serious in the comments. So this, he made AI take this image, because you could do that and make it come to real. Y'all gonna see. And he said, this is what Mansa Musa looked like. This is what the ancient Mali Empire, that's what he looked like. All right. Now, this is what they said. They even taken the natives. They said the Native Americans look like this. This is you got to be kidding me, bro. I can't believe they literally. So, you know how we got the original Aboriginals and they have the skirt and the hat? They put their image now and saying the natives on the Canary Islands right outside of Africa, this is what they looked like. You can't make it up. So yeah, yeah. Nobody was melanated. And that's Abraham. All right. Now that I showed y'all that, we're going to go to the first clip of Mansa Musa, the whitewashing. I got some other stuff. We got some stuff. We got some stuff. Y'all go and get your snacks. Let's get this started. I'm going to do that clip first. Then we'll go into Abraham, and we'll go, all right, so yeah, let's do that first. Let's do it first, since I already broke that down. All right, copyright disclaimers are in effect. Stop share. Let me grab the first video clip for tonight. It's over here. It's, which one is it? Mansa Musa is my first one. Mansa Musa. Yeah, they said Mansa Musa was white. All the Ethiopia was white. Kush was white. Everything was white. All white Air Force One. I can't believe these people. That's when I went to the comment section. I knew it had to be, it's got millions of, I can't believe YouTube let these people get millions of views, right? He got like 600 million views on his channel, this dude. They loving this dude. They thanking him. And then I'm going to show y'all. All right, let me just do it. Let me stop talking. Share screen. Mansa Musa. All right, make it full screen. Let me see what y'all see. Here we go. First video clip of the night. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. We don't own rights to the video. This is for reactionary purposes only. We're just trying to discern the truth and decipher and discuss what's in the video. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. This is our first video clip for tonight. This is supposed to be, and then he asks AI. So on this clip, he asks AI if modern the Mandinkas were white. Y'all think I'm lying. I know. All right, let me just. The Mandinka tribe was white. So I guess Kunta Kinte was white too when he came, So he asked AI, because, AI can be trained, right? So that's what they're doing. So they can get the result they want. So he asked AI if modern Mandinka DNA shows an average of 15% ancient Eurasian admixture, then what would Mansa Musa look like, right? So he getting the stuff, and I'm gonna show y'all where they get in this DNA stuff. All right, now let's continue. The earliest depiction of Mansa Musa from 1339. This white dude. This is supposed to be the earliest depiction. All right, I'm gonna break this down though. Y'all know I'm gonna debunk all this. All right, here we go.
Possibly around 30% or more, which then became diluted over subsequent generations. The 15% in modern populations is the diluted result of an original admixture event or multiple events.
So this is his image of Mansa Musa, the king, white king of Mali, of Africa. Let's continue. So I just started from it because he got a lot of mess. So I cut all the crap out, right? All the lies. I'm gonna show y'all the lies he tried to bring out, and he could convince them with this DNA science and these studies from Oxford and stuff like that these people just write and make up, and they call it peer reviewed. See, that's with all this scholar. That's why I say I don't follow none of that crap. Show me what they wrote on the Library of Ashurbanipal. Do you heard? Asher. You heard? That's the Aram and them, the sons of Shem. Show me what ancient Kemet, the sons of Ham. You understand? Show me what they wrote and what they drew on their caves and walls. You can miss me with some peer review that some little dudes wrote in 2023, right? Doing some false DNA crap, all right? Trying to replace. But listen. So I started from here, so now we can listen what he's saying.
Admixture event or multiple events over many generations. Relations is the diluted result of an original admixture event or multiple events over many generations. For this percentage to persist, the original mixing population must have had a significantly higher proportion of Eurasian ancestry.
So he says for African, he says this admixture of African becoming black is just because over time, the admixture. But when we go back, it had the higher percentage of Eurasian, so the Africans looked like this, right? Okay, let's continue.
There's been some controversy over the ethnicity and racial appearance of Mansa Musa, with the most common version coming from a 1375 Catalan atlas on the right. On the left is a much earlier 1339 depiction from the map of Angelino Dulcer, the first ever made, just 2 years after Mansa Musa's death in 1337. It's clear that one of these depictions has been altered, which seems to be the case with many early Arab and Islamic images of Moors, who are white Berbers but have been blackwashed in an effort to appropriate history for seemingly political purposes.
So now, you know, they got black fatigue. They got a new term. It's called blackwash now. Now they're saying history wasn't whitewashed. And these people are really traumatized. The fact that you're so traumatized that you hate a people for no reason. Do you understand? Like it's like, bro, you got Rome, you got Greece, you got the ditties, you got the right? You got all that. They saying now history wasn't whitewashed, it was blackwashed. By who? Who? How, what power? When did blacks have power to blackwash and change all of the history to black? Okay? So look at this image. It says many images online are altered. It says this was the modified color. It was originally, they were all white and they modified them to be black. I know y'all like, what? Yeah. And this millions of views and millions people are, that's why I showed y'all some of the comments. Okay? Let's continue.
The case with many first ever made, just 2 years after Mansa Musa's death in 1337. It's clear that one of these depictions has been altered, which seems to be the case with many early Arab and Islamic images of Moors, who are white Berbers but have been blackwashed in an effort to appropriate history.
So this is what they have of the Moors, and they're saying, no, they blackwashed it. The Moors were really white.
For seemingly political purposes. For example, this image from 1285 shows a Christian and a Moor playing chess. This is a mural located on the ceiling of the Hall of Kings in Alhambra in Spain from the late 14th century. So the same way that the history of the Berber Moors has been appropriated.
So what this psychopath, because that's what he is proclaiming, allegedly, is what this person, let me not call names. He's saying that because they wrote, because Leonardo da Vinci wrote in the Sistine Chapel, his little fruity tooty self, then that means, and if that's what it was, because this is written in some chapel in Spain that they drew this as as the Moors, Blackamoors. This is the Blackamoor. Okay, but anyway, let's continue.
So the same way that the history of the Berber Moors has been appropriated, so is the case with ancient Mali, as this is how Mansa Musa is depicted in textbooks. This is what Mansa Musa would likely look like, resembling the earliest depiction of him from 1339.
This is crazy work right here, honestly. This is just this is crazy work. But anyway, let's continue.
Given the genetic studies which indicate admixture of a large Eurasian or North African Berber population inhabiting Mali and West Africa from 2,000 to 5,000 years ago. This is further supported by the native indigenous people of the Canary Islands, just off the West African coast, who share genetic affinities with the native North African Berbers, leaving behind blonde and red-headed mummies, and depicted with a fair phenotype by the contemporary Spanish explorers 500 years ago. White Berbers were involved in the gold mining and slave trade in Mali for many centuries before the time of Mansa Musa and the Mali Empire. And although everything to do with Africa is falsely attributed to black populations of sub-Saharan hunter-gatherers by woke media and DEI academia.
So this is supposed to be the mother of King Tut and Akhenaten, a white woman. Everybody. Now, I'm trying to show y'all that they finding, look, ancient Egyptians more closely related to Europeans. See? They finding these, well, they got these studies because they're making these things up, right? All right.
Woke media and DEI academia. The reality is that the early empires of the ancient African continent were established by people of Eurasian or Aryan ancestry. To drive the point home, these Nubian wall murals from the 1500s are from Dongola, Sudan.
So the oh my goodness, I cannot believe this is serious. These are Nubians in Sudan. Sudan is the blackest of the black. Like, they fucking Kush. So these are the Nubians of Sudan. These boys would have been flesh soup in one day in the ancient Sudan. They'd have been burnt up by their sun in one day. They wouldn't have been looking like this. Okay, but this crazy work, but let's continue.
Located on the 1800s are from Dongola Syrian ancestry. To drive the point home, these Nubian wall murals from the 1500s are from Dongola, Sudan. Located on the banks of the Nile, Old Dongola flourished for centuries as the capital of Makuria, one of the most important medieval African states, filled with ancient Christian iconography. During excavations,
you see, they keep saying ancient Christian and right? That's all white stuff, like, okay?
Archaeologists have,
because the Romans created this Christian stuff, right?
Recently found a series of hidden rooms covered with spectacular and colorful depictions of the Virgin Mary, Jesus Christ, Archangel Michael, and a Nubian king. Ancient Nubia, known for rich deposits of gold, hosted some of Africa's earliest kingdoms with massive amounts of slave labor became quite wealthy, even ruling parts of Egypt for a brief time. But their pharaohs were never of sub-Saharan African descent, despite what is taught by politically motivated universities, which no longer try to educate people, but to indoctrinate them into a false, politically motivated view of history. While it is true that there are sub-Saharan African mummies, it is also true that ancient pharaohs and nobility like to be buried with their slaves to have servants in the afterlife.
In the 4th century BC, the
All right. So now, when I show y'all the tombs and what ancient Kemet drew themselves, how they drew themselves, right? So let me show y'all what he's talking about. Because let me just debunk this foolishness right here. Let's start with this King Tut foolishness. I mean, Mansa Musa stuff, right? Y'all know. All right. So he's going off this study. Did I keep it open? I hope I did. If I didn't, I'm gonna open it back up. Oh shoot, did I close it? Oh, hold on. I could open it. It gotta be in my history. I might have closed it. Let me make this bigger. I might have closed that one. I thought I kept it open. Let me go to my history. Bang, history. Oh, no, that's not history. No. Oh, did I do it in my other? Ah, crap. How do I find not bookmarks, the actual history? Go to history, click history. There you go. There, no, Foster. That's Abraham. Let me see. Abraham. Oh, it's further back. Mansa Musa. Okay. There you go. Evolutionary genetics and there you go. Click it. So let me click it. It should open up. Double click it. Did it open? Yes. Share this tab instead. So everybody, I just need to show y'all because I know some of y'all will be like, well, it's stupid because science proves it wrong. And oh no, they making up science and stuff, right? So this is from Oxford, okay? It's called Genome Biology and Evolution. This one report is called Evolutionary Genetics and Admixture in African Populations, right? So he's quoting from this. These idiot juices made this up in April 2023, right? And so it goes on, the ancestral homeland for our species, Africa, contains elevated levels of genetic diversity and substantial population structures, and importantly, African genomes. Now, this DNA crap is crap, everybody. Do you understand? They make that up, okay? So then they go on and on with this admixture, right? Despite recent progress, African populations are still dramatically underrepresented in genetic studies and all this crap, right? Linkage, disequilibrium, effective population size, and all this stuff, right? Introduction and all this. So they take all these studies, right? See all this? The human population tree, Khoisan, show the deepest split times, followed by RH groups of Khoisan, West Africa, East Africa, non-Africans, and they taken all this stuff, right, of the incorporation of 6 novel genomes of ancient hunter-gatherers from Eastern African RHG, principal component of Lipson et al. This could be all this whatever, right? Right? And evidence of archaeological ghost introgression in Africa, right? They're doing all of this stuff. So this stuff impresses the ones who want to receive this stuff, right? So this is what this is called peer-reviewed, everybody. This is called scholarship. This is called, right? And it's coming from Oxford University, right? But once you see, I'm going to get to the root of this. I'm like, I got to find where this foolishness come from, right? Look at all this perversive admixture in Africa during the past 10,000 years and all this crap they come up with, right? See all this? The population structure analysis of 79 African and 7 Eurasian populations, the admixture plots, K equal 2 to K12 and all. You need to go back to K12. All right, so yeah, that's what I say, right? All this new mess, right? So anyway, so you go through all of this, where he's getting his receipts from, but he's showing it. And these people, look, multiple migration waves of Bantu. Oh, the Bantu and the Yoruba, oh, they were white. Everybody. Oh yeah. Guys, it's worse. This prophecy. The Most High spoke of this in the Safari that they call the Bible. Ancient Bantu, white. Yoruba, white. Nigeria, white. Before it was Nigeria. Kemet, white. Kush, white. Ethiopia, white. Okay? All right? Now look. So this we get this from. Two major migratory routes of Bantu-speaking populations have been hypothesized. The early split hypothesis suggests that Bantu-speaking population split at an early stage north of the rainforest, with one group then moving directly south. The rainforest where's the might. See, all this stuff sounds good. It's tree of knowledge of good and evil, but this ain't none but ultra right? So anyway, so the people in the chat, that's what they said in the comment. When I said they said you've outdone yourself. Scholarship proves it. It's beyond proof. We have the proof that those blacks, you were nothing. You were always our slaves, and we are the kingdom of Africa, and we are the kingdom of everywhere. That's some crazy stuff, right? You got to be real sick to just want to replace everyone's culture, a people's identity. In Eastern Africa, two administrative events happened. One Kaya 450 years ago have inferred between the WSPs and an Afro-Asiatic speaking population from Ethiopia. See, that's them taking all of our stuff. Shout out to Corey. Shout out to Corey Wilson. Now watch this. I got some coming. Let me just go through this. I'm about to break that down. I'm showing y'all where they saying they get the scholarship, because I know a lot of y'all be like, they just, no. They are trying to have all of this mess as proof, right? Now, just so y'all know, only thing they have to do to have these articles, when you go back, because I had to find out how to, all you got to do is submit. You do the article, submit it to be reviewed, and they'll publish it. Okay? So they got plenty of these articles, right? So if I go, highlight running circles around genome architecture, right? So this one's December 2025. This brand new, because somebody just put this up on the 12th. Well, no, December, I don't know what date, right? See, latest articles. But they're using this stuff, and these scientists and all that, they coming up with all this genetic craps, right? So this ain't nothing but ultra. I'm sorry, you can't, right? So anyway, so this is where he's getting his all right, that's what's up, Corey. This is where he's getting his stuff from, and now they're receiving this. This is some real dangerous stuff, to be honest with you, though, right? To be replacing a people group in any existence of their civilization. Okay, it's really psychotic. Yeah, it's narcissistic, psychotic stuff. All right. So now let me debunk this whole what's the name? Where's my video? Not that one, the first one. Share this tab instead. This Mansa Musa white dude guy. So he says this is his receipt that the blackwash of history. History's been blackwashed. The Moors were white. The Kush was white. Everybody was white. Nobody was black. So he says that this person drew Mansa Musa first in 1339, and the one that everyone is saying is the Mansa Musa now was later in 1375.
These depictions has been altered, which seems after Mansa Musa 1339. Common version coming from a 1375 Catalan atlas on the right. On the left is a much earlier 1339 depiction from the map of Angelino Duker.
So let's find out. Unc, who's Angelino Duker? He got some Duker, all right. Right? All right. So, Unc, that's all right. Let's go. I'm going to find who Angelina Duker. So let's go. Share this tab instead. Angelino Dukert. Okay, the Duca, Angelino Duty, right? Oh, sorry, let me not. Okay, Angelino Duker, the same person known as Angelino del Delato, whose real name was probably Angelino del Ducito or Ducetti or possibly Dulcet. He was an Italian Majorcan cartographer. Well, that makes sense to me because he's drawing his image for Mansa Musa. All right? I wouldn't expect him to be nothing different. I really wouldn't expect nothing different, right? Definitely wouldn't. Okay. So Italians are the Romans and they's the Denny's. Okay. So here we go. It's already tying into me right now, right? Because I know how this works, right? So, okay, so he's Italian, so let's keep going, right? His background, we ain't about to read about him. I want to see what else work that he did. So he made a map in 1325. Angelino Delato is known for a Portolan chart. This chart is the earliest type of nautical charts, and the oldest examples were made in the 13th and 14th century in the Mediterranean region. The earliest known nautical chart? I beg to differ. Our ancestors was traveling the seas way before this, before the 13th and 14th centuries. But anyway, this is how they write their history. So let's look at his chart. Y'all know, let's do it. We're going to do it together, class. So this is his chart, right? It don't look too, it don't look too good to me, but whatever, right? This is his chart. Okay, let me see if I can make it bigger, if it'll look a little better if I make it bigger. Well, it still don't look no better. And it still don't look no better. It is what it is. Well, this is his chart. All right, so I want to see his body of work. Okay, Angelino. All right, so let's go back. Now, because he said he drew Mansa Musa first. So, let me close it. Let me go down. What did he do next? He drew a map. He's known for a Portolan chart, right? And this is his map. Okay, let's see how his map. Hopefully, okay, his map don't look too much better, but whatever. All right, so that's his map. I wish I could zoom in and see what it says on the map. Okay, there you go. That zoomed in a little. Look. You got a white dude on the map with a camel, right? So I see already he's drawing everybody in his image. Okay? But let's go. Watch this. We going somewhere. So he got I got a video going to play in this. So we got some stuff going to play. Let's get through this, right? We got to find out who this is. This dude said Mansa Musa is white. Then we're going to get to Abraham. All right? So let's go back. Let's go. Let's continue. So he drew that, and then he drew the map. He drew the chart. He drew a map, and then what else he did? Oh, he drew. Okay, so he introduces what seems like, okay, in 1339, Dusert map is notable for giving the first modern depiction of the island, one of the Canary Islands. Oh, that's where they got the whites looking like with the little skirts on. Okay. He introduces what seems like the Madeira Islands, named here as whatever. The oldest heraldic representation connected with Macedonia, surviving the present time. I would give him Macedonia because he's Italian, right? That's the ditties. So he drew this map. Now this map, I guess this is supposed to be Genghis Khan. Ozarberg or Uzbek Khan, also known as Gayas Adin Muhammad, Uzbek Khan, was Khan of the Golden Horde. So I guess he drew Genghis Khan. Let's see what he drew. All right. So in 1339, the Dusert map, right? Now, I could write a map, okay? So anyway, let's continue. So this the dude, he drew this Genghis Khan. So let me make it bigger. Let's zoom in. Okay, we zoom in again. There we go. I want to get in closer. So Genghis Khan, he's made them all white, right? But I'm going to show y'all something. Yeah, blonde hair. All right. Now, let's continue. He did another map. He did another drawing. And that was next to Genghis Khan. Oh, Mansa Musa. He drew the ruler of the Mali Empire. Let's see how he drew Mansa Musa. Mansa Musa on the map of Angelino Dirce. So when he drew the map, he drew this as Mansa Musa. Let's look at him. Look at his lips. Blonde, right? Okay, let's go. So, that's his Mansa Musa. Did he drew something else? What's next? Oh, he drew the Queen of Sheba. Everybody listen. The Queen of Saba, of the Kingdom of Saba. Just so y'all know, let me show, because I want to do so y'all got receipts. The Queen of Saba is the Queen of Sheba. Where's Fly? Is that Cersei? What? Yo, now you all. See, this is when you don't know your history. He drew the Queen of Sheba. That's Cersei. That's the same image of Cersei sitting with all she needs her cup of iniquity in her hand. All right, let's continue. So he drew the Queen of Sheba, all white, in gas. That's Ethiopia. Okay, the figure first mentioned in the Hebrew Bible. All right, so anyway, he drew Cersei. So he drew the Queen of Sheba. Let's see. This is where he drew her eyes. Let's make her big. Let's see her face. Blonde, white. Now, y'all know Unc. This is his image of the Queen of Sheba on his map. I don't know who commissioned this dude to think he can just, but whatever. But let's go there. So this is Queen of Sheba. Hold on. This is Mansa Musa. And this is Genghis Khan. Everybody, do y'all see something in common? You know how we in class, when we were young in elementary, and we try to fit which one of these pictures have something in common? Let me play a game with y'all. Which one of these pictures have something in common? This is Genghis Khan. Watch this. Mansa Musa, Queen of Sheba. Do y'all get it? Who saw it? Who gets it? Y'all know Unc, I don't play with these folios. Queen of Sheba got the same red thing in her hand. She got sitting on this chair, hold on, with this red cushion stuff in the same pose with the hand up that they do the Jesus thing with the hand up. This same staff thing, the flower thing, I forgot what that's called, right? Hold on, let me move that up so I can move over. There we go, right? Same JC hand symbol, same bench, okay? Watch this. Y'all know Uncle, I ain't playing. Watch this. Go. How do I go to the next one? Oh, I got to go back because I made it big. Everybody, Mansa Musa got the same LaFleur thing. Is that the same bench and cushion? You see it, guys? I don't play with these fools. Look, the same chair. So Mansa Musa, the queen of these two different time frames, they both was on the same chair, got the same thing. Hold on, Anna, y'all. And then let's go to Genghis Khan. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Is that the same LaFleur thing? And the same cushion, they on the same couch. You can't make this up. You know, Uncle, I don't play. The Most High don't be playing. The Most High will show me stuff. You understand? Because I'm going through, I said, okay, I got to debunk this. Let me find it. He said, Mosai, go to the thing. I go to the, I'm reading. I'm like, okay, all this food. I go to the pictures, and I'm like, y'all, the Mosai, like, y'all, like, look. I'm like, hold up, y'all. This the same, this dude just threw the same image to everybody. He made them all white, blonde. They all got the same red thing, and they all sitting on the same casting couch. Come on, Yashala, y'all, the Diddy couch. The same red cushion, the same everything, right? Genghis Khan, this Mansa Musa, and the Queen of Sheba. That's why they don't use this for historical records. But that little serpent dude who trying to whitewash our history, trying to use this as a receipt, saying that this little Angelino Diddy made this image before the image that they show now of Mansa Musa as black. Now, look at the difference. Watch this. Share this tab instead. Everybody look. This is the Angelino's image. Look, he got a red thing in his hand. He got the Jesus fingers up. I broke that down what that mean on another one. And he got the red cushion and all of it. And look at the image that they used for Mansa Musa. 1375. So he took the image. You understand? But they're saying because this that they use as, let me show you. I think yep. Watch. You know I'll bring receipts. Share this tab instead. Oh, no. Did I do the other one? Oh, I could just look it up. Let me just do it. All right. So, again, he used the same image for all of his. Okay. And so that's why they don't use his. So if you, let me close that. When you just do a simple one for Mansa Musa, watch this. It's gonna get better in a second. Y'all ain't seen nothing yet. We just doing our intro. We just getting started. So look, this is the depiction of Mansa Musa from 1375 from the Catalan Atlas. The Catalan Atlas is a medieval world map or a mappa mundi, probably created in the late 1370s. This has been described the most important map of the Middle Ages in the Catalan language as a zine. So they portrayed him as, and that's why they use this one. This is the image that they use. But that serpent in that video is trying to say that they blackwash this because they don't use the Angelino dude because it's false. Okay? He made all of his image the same. Okay? So they don't use this Angelino dessert dude because all his images are the same. All right. So that just debunks that foolishness. All right. So I wanted to debunk that part. All right. So now he's saying they blackwashing history, right? Putting black people in Africa. You can't make that one up. All right. So let me continue.
You're not sharing.
Go ahead.
Are you sharing?
Thank you. No, thank you. I wasn't sharing.
Archaeologists have recently found.
So anyway, I said when I wasn't sharing. Thank you, Yasha. I said it stopped here. I said okay. So then he said they blackwash in history, right? So let me continue. This where we stop because we got something better coming. So he plays this National Geographic. This is video, right? Now watch this. He plays this National Geographic. I guess he's trying to make his point, right? And I cut out all the crap of his all that Oxford stuff because I said, okay, let me study, show myself approve. And I went through it all. I said, this is all hogwash. All right. So that's why I showed y'all the chart, the thing. All right. Now, so I said, okay, well, he put a National Geographic clip. All right, let me see what they say. because it looked like an old National Geographic. I'm like, so National Geographic about to say that the Africans, black Africans, were actually white? So let's see what they say.
In the 4th century BC, the manufacture and trade of iron led to the rise of another empire, Kush, which became a powerful trading center located near the modern-day border of Egypt and Sudan in northeast Africa. Meroe was also located not far from the Red Sea, which gave Kush good access to the major trading centers further south. In addition to iron, the people of Kush traded gold, jewelry, pottery, and ivory.
Hold up. Robert the Sapphire, you showed a National Geographic clip to say that ancient Kush was white, but the clip just showed the people of Kush. Hold on.
Major trading centers further south. In addition to iron, the people of Kush traded gold.
The people of Kush, again, once you go to the artifacts, they show what they look like. So you can miss me with your Oxford Review, your DNA, epigamous, hyperdipus, this, all this crap, right? The ancient relics draw what the people look like. He literally put this in his video. I'm sitting there watching it. I'm like, this just literally contradicted everything you said.
The major trading centers further south. In addition to iron, the people of Kush traded gold, jewelry, pottery, and ivory. But just as iron had an impact on the rise of Kush, it also had an effect on its fall.
Even ancient Ethiopia had a different ruling demographic in antiquity, but stretched back even before the time of Christ. The ancient Ethiopian genome reveals extensive Eurasian admixture.
See, guys? I'm always going to show y'all the receipts. Look, he said ancient Ethiopia, Kush was white. And look, the Telegraph. Africans carry huge amount of European DNA, and they got Circe. This is, y'all better, C-I-R-C-E. Google, go to Wikipedia, Google Circe, and look at the picture. They keep showing Circe. This crazy work. And Circe, guys, is the cup of iniquity. She's a sorceress. She's a fallen angel, well, a mythical sorceress. That's where they get the word church from, Kirke, Circe. They keep showing Africans can't. So he now, and see, it's all over the Telegram. That's why I showed, guys, they got all this stuff, they call it peer reviewed and scholarship. And they over there, like, they over there, like, in his comment sections, millions of, they're over there like, yes, you gave us our proof. They was kings. They weren't nothing but our slaves. They are the Africans too. That's some crazy work. That's some real psychotic stuff for you to want to be everybody. You want to be the ink, the glue, the paper. You want to be like, so now they're ancient Ethiopia. Listen.
Demographic in antiquity, but stretched back even before the time of Christ. The ancient Ethiopian genome reveals extensive Eurasian admixture going back 4,500 years. The ancient African kingdoms, including those of sub-Saharan Africa like Mali.
Now, let me give y'all some understanding a little bit of what he knows because he's a serpent, but the listeners, they're foolish, the people. Let me explain. The reason why science and genomes, genetics, can validate some genetic strain through all of Africa, Kush, the Sudan, Niger, Kemet, Luz, what's the name? Foot, right? All of them, Canaan. Because the DNA of every human on earth comes from the original seed. Do you not? Everybody listen clearly. Every white person on this earth, unless they're fallen angel Nephilim, or black person, fallen angel Nephilim, or Hispanic, whatever nationality you are, when they do your genetics, it's going to come back ancient African. because Adam and Hayava were the mothers and father of this creation that the most. So everybody, so you're going to trace this little, what do you say, 0.10% or 10 to 10% of some Eurasian, then duh, idiot juice, you are children. I'm sorry. Let me make sure I don't get too loud. You guys are our children. You descend from us. Every genome on the earth comes from the original seed, the created beings that gave birth to all of you. It just is what it is. So, of course, you're going to find a genetic strain in Ethiopia and Kush and the Sudan and all. Duh. Shout out to our babies who still love their parents. No disrespect, but this is all disrespect. So what he's showing here, he's trying to show the statue head of Akhenaten. Look, he's trying to make everybody white. It's just crazy work. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to offend nobody. It just is what it is. Shout out to those who know and understand where they come from. That's why I said I bring balance after this. Because all white people ain't tripping like these crazies that's doing it now. The ones that's, right? So he's trying to say that, but it's ridiculous. Of course Africans have, see, it's not that Africans carry huge amount of European DNA. It's Europeans carry huge amount of African DNA because they came from them. Like, you can't make this up. All right, now let's continue.
500 years. The ancient African kingdoms, including those of sub-Saharan Africa like Mali, were established by North African people that share genetic affinities with the white Berbers.
White Moors still keep illegal slaves. You can't believe this, look, so he said these are the Moors. You can't make this up, bro. This is crazy work. Okay? But let's continue.
Who, like Hannibal, the Phoenician general from Carthage.
That's Hannibal. The Phoenician. So the Phoenicians, guys, the Phoenicians are Cushites. So Cain, Ham, I thought Ham was black. Before Ham used to be black. Now all of a sudden they want Ham too. They want everything. Okay, but let's continue.
Had a fair complexion. That had a fair from who, like Hannibal, the Phoenician general from Carthage, had a fair complexion. That said, modern movies about Mansa Musa and Hannibal feature black Afrocentric revisionism, which is just as comical as the Netflix series Vikings Valhalla, which cast a black woman as the Viking king of Norway.
And that's this dude. And he ends his video with him drinking. Look how he ended his video. And I cut it. He ended the video with a long clip of him just playing pool. And they loving it. Now I showed y'all the comments. It was like, you did it. No, we have proof. We're the people. Now, let me bring balance. Y'all know, I just can't leave it at that. Let me see. Do all white people think like this? Copyright disclaimers are in effect. Let me see which one was bigger. I think that one's bigger. Copyright disclaimers are in effect.
So the same way that the history of the Berber Moors has been appropriated, so is the case with ancient Mali, as this is how Mansa Musa is depicted in textbooks. To drive the point home, these Nubian wall murals from the 1500s are from Dongola, Sudan, located on the banks of the Nile. Old Dongola flourished for centuries as the capital of Makuria, one of the most important medieval African states, filled with ancient Christian iconography.
I would describe Robert Sepper as an intellectually stunted, socially awkward, not very subtly racist loser who has a YouTube channel that peddles a myriad of different conspiracies, but nevertheless has a moderately sized fan base composed mostly of similarly intellectually stunted, not so subtly racist losers.
You know, there is a difference between talking shit about a person and talking truth about a shitty person.
I cover a lot of creationists and pseudo.
Now, that's her opinion, and she has a right to her opinion. Y'all know I find balance. I have to find somebody, you know, I can't do my righteous white brothers and sisters like that, because this is nasty work. Okay, and it's about to get worse in a second. Don't get better. Okay, it's nasty work. So I said, okay, I gotta find somebody with some sense. All right, this sister, like, okay, she just telling her opinion.
Truth about a shitty person.
I cover a lot of creationists and pseudoscientists of many different stripes on this channel, and none are as blatantly horrible in just about every way as Robert Sepper. Like, he gets the usual points for being wrong about just about everything that he talks about. He's also a horrible person and just an outspoken racist.
Go to hell, go back where you belong.
Okay, that end of that clip is crazy work. All right, let's move on. All right, yeah, he's a whole serpent seed, bro. You can tell. Look at him, bro.
Racist.
Go to hell, go back where you belong.
She ended that. That's crazy work. All right, that's my balance, right? Right? I can't do my righteous white brothers and sisters like that. I can't do, you know, I can't shout out to everybody that's righteous of every nation, kindred, and tongue, right? You got a remnant of every nation. But a lot of them are they crashing out. The white generation, especially in America, they crashing out hard, bro. They want to be Africans now. Now, copyright disclaimers are in effect. Now we going on to Abraham. Now we move on. Did Egypt draw Abraham on the tomb walls? Before we get there, I got a clip. Boy, here we go. Share this tab instead. Abraham. Copyright disclaimers are in effect for reactionary purposes only. We don't own rights to the video. We just discussing and trying to find out the truth, and we reacting to the video. There we go. Abraham.
Well, welcome to the Holy Land and this biblical site of Hebron. Right now we are looking at the cave of the patriarchs.
So right here, welcome to the Holy Land. Over there in the land, the original Hebrews, Israelites land, okay? That's occupied by the Ashkenazi convertites, okay? So this is Hebron. This is supposed to be where Abraham is buried at, okay? They over there in the land. Now they take these tourists, they go all over there and something is wrong. I'm sorry, something is really wrong with these people, right? The safari out there, the Cold Bible says they love the lie, and the Most High said, I'll give them over to a strong delusion, right? They do love the lie. I mean, they love the lie. Like it doesn't matter, okay? So it looked like he buried in jail, right? So anyway, they over here. Now watch this. So let's let them, here we go, copyright disclaimers.
Well, welcome to the Holy Land and this biblical site of Hebron. Right now we are looking at the cave of the patriarchs, also the caves of Machpelah. Caves of Machpelah is where Abraham, Sarah, Isaac, Rebecca, Jacob, and Leah are buried.
I mean, what? I'm sorry. White America, what is wrong with y'all? Like, why do everybody gotta be white? Who this? Like, who is these people? Come on, bro. So you mean to tell me she's walking through the desert with a camel in that hot sun? Guys, everybody, this is the crazy part. 1 hour, she will be burnt up. I know, because when I was in the program from jail, I was with my white brothers in the program. We went to the beach. That was my first I heard of it. But I told the story on my 25 to Life channel. We went to the beach. I was driving the van and everything because I had a driver's license in the program. I was my way getting out of my 25 to Life, the Most High. I had to go through drug program and all that stuff, right? A 2 years inpatient thing, no joke. So I'm driving. We go to the beach. I didn't know my white homies, they were burnt up. I mean, we having fun on the beach. We get back in the van, and all I hear is moaning in the back. And I'm like, yo, what's going on? They like, they moan. I'm like, yo, what happened? The boy Mike Mead, that was his name, he had 2nd-degree burns. He had to go to the hospital. He came back and he looked like the mummy. He came back and he was wrapped. He couldn't even sit in the seat. He was walking around like a mummy for like 2-3 weeks. And I was talking to my other white homies. I was like, yo, I heard of it. You know, we heard that they could get burned in the sun, but I never seen it. And so I talked to him. He said, wow, that's why I stayed, because I wondered why he wouldn't come out. He kept staying under the thing. We was at Robert Moses Beach. It's in Suffolk County, Long Island. That's where the program was at, right? A white beach. And it was nice. And he was staying under the where you get the food. And I'm like, yo, bro, come on. He's like, nah, he would come out for a little while and go back. But Mike and them, they were just enjoying themselves. They paid for it. Now, we was only out there for about 6 hours. That boy has 2nd-something degree burns, 4th degree, something like that. Let me explain. He was a mummied out. My other homie told me, we were sitting we doing a meeting. We in the drug program where they say the 12 steps and where the right. I'm just true stuff. So he telling me, right? We talk. He's like, yeah. He's like, nah, I said, but he said, that's why we put on the sunscreen, but we can't stay in it. I said, so you telling me that I'm out there, we all day, y'all can't. He said, no, it'll burn. And I said, well, what if he said it hurts? He said, it's like the skin burn off of your body and your skin will bubble up. It's actually like a fire. I said, what? I got firsthand from my white homie. I'm from the projects. I never, really had a real relationship with white people. I'm from an all black place, right? We're not racist or nothing. It's just, we just weren't growing up. So he told me, he said, no, they can't be in that. She couldn't be walking this camel in that sun. Give her a couple of hours, she'd be soup. She'd be flesh soup. So it makes no scientific, human, natural sense. It's impossible. It's impossible for these to be the people. Look all that sun. And he's just walking around like, yeah, the devil's a lie. Do it today. No disrespect. You can't do it today. That's why over in the land, they got the number 1 rate of skin cancer right here. Because those people me too, I'll be out there I need to give me a nice burn, right? A nice tan, right? But we understand that their melanin is very recessive, all right? It's no disrespect. It's just a physiological fact. They have melanin. It's just very small traces, right? And but so they have to protect themselves and cover themselves, right? So to my righteous white brothers and sisters, if we was out, right? Honestly, if we was out and we was, let's say we went to the Holy Land, to the land, and there was no place and no hats, I would cover them. I would say, here, come under my arm, because I can shield you from the sun, because the sun gives me my it gives us life, the natural seed, and we have to transfer that life and energy. That's why they want our melanin, our DNA, our genetics, and all of it. I'm talking about the serpent ones who want to be a parasitic host on the original seed. But I would protect my righteous white brothers and sisters from the sun if I could, if we was out. I'd be like, here, come under my arm and, come on, y'all. I'll try to cover y'all. Like, let's cover them and let's walk until we can get under a shade, to the righteous. But so again, I'm not saying it from a place of, of malice. It's just facts. Okay? All right. Now let's continue. So this is what they saying Abraham is, and they're in the Holy Land.
Of Hebron.
Yeah, the sun heals us, gives us life. It gives us vitamin D, our energy, everything. We have to get the sun. We will die without the sun. we get sick without the sun.
Right now we are looking at the cave of the patriarchs, also the caves of Machpelah. Caves of Machpelah is where Abraham, Sarah, Isaac, Rebekah, Jacob, and Leah are buried. Their tombs are here to this day. Now, because this is such an important place, because the patriarchs, as we call them, the founders of our faith, Abraham being the father of our faith, and then his offspring.
That was Isaac? Did y'all see Isaac? This is crazy work.
And then his offspring, because this is so important, this site has been preserved. What you're looking at is a massive building. It has not always been this way. Abraham bought the caves, and then he would be buried there, his wife, and then his children and his daughters-in-law. So David, because David reigned here for 7.5 years, right up on the tail up above up here, we'll point it out to you.
So you see them, they pay big money. They coming from America, and look, they got all their cameras, and he just teaching them. This is where the patriarchs are buried. This is where Abraham is. And they are buried here, and we're blessed, and this is Abraham. These ain't lying to these people. Oh my goodness. Okay. So let's continue.
Seeing here is what Herod the Great built. And so here, and then Herod the Great. What you're seeing here is what Herod the Great built. And so Abraham bought this. He bought it, really his first possession in the promised land. And then God would give him all of the promised land. So we are going to be going up here and exploring this and going inside here and seeing this. And then we're going to be afterward doing a Bible talk about the things that happened right here in Hebron. So I think you're going to find this very, very special. So you ready to explore this? Go ahead and just come on in.
So I cut. So now they're inside, and they got this thing like a whole museum. And those people over there making all of those convertites over there, oh, they get money from these tourists. Welcome to, right? We're going to have a Bible talk after we finish, and he's going to explain to them how white, no disrespect, how white Abraham and white Sarah and white Isaac and white, he's going to explain. Wow. All right, let's continue.
Pause right here. Here on your left is...
No, if they were white, then cool. But if they weren't, then have them be what they were.
The tomb of Jacob.
So
the
right
tomb
here,
on your left. Here on your left is the tomb of Jacob. Tomb of Jacob. Jacob, how do you say it? Jacob. Jacob. Okay.
So the little nice little guy, the nice little white guy, he don't even know how to say his name. He said Jacob. How do you say his name? The convertite said Yaakov. His name is Jacob. I can't believe he couldn't even say his name. How are you gonna? But you're the tour guide. You're the one that's going to teach us the Bible and the Word. You can't even say his name. Now the funny thing, did y'all see something? I saw it. I wonder who caught that. Watch this.
Jacob. Say it? Jacob. Tomb of Jacob. Tomb of Jacob. Jacob, how do you say it? Jacob. Jacob. So this is it.
Do y'all see it? What are you doing there? See, this is where we do too much. I'm sorry, a little bit. What are you doing there? I understand all the white people, they are cool. They on their little, they safari, they on they, they travel, they pay, they on they, they get to take all their pictures. But this little black lady, girl, what are y'all doing? Don't y'all be going over there, guys. This is just all a lie. This stuff is a lie, bro. Don't, just, All right, but anyway, let's finish this clip so we can get to the deep stuff.
So this is a very revered place. Okay, so this is, then going down is going to be the cave down underneath, okay, where it's actually at. This is above where the tomb is, where the cave is.
And that dude there act like he's saying he the original, he couldn't have been in the sun either. That's why they got the #1 cancer rate over there, right? So all a lie.
Okay, so we'll just come through. You can take pictures if you like.
Look at this. This is supposed to be Yaakov, our grandfather's tomb. And they got this Yiddish writing on there, right? This is all a lie.
Here isn't really marked. Yeah, this is the tomb of Esau. Esau. Yeah, it's not marked.
Okay.
Jacob's brother.
Yeah, that's why it's like that.
So you can take some photos. This is the tomb of Esau, Jacob's brother.
Oh, got it.
So then as you're coming in to your right, you can see this. This is the tomb of Abraham.
Now, this is supposed to be tomb of our grandfather Abraham. Now, y'all see how the Egyptians drew him. We're going to get there in 1 second. This video is about to be over. I just wanted to show y'all this. Now, look at this convertite. You know what he's doing?
The tomb of Abraham.
He's having sex with Shekinah. I brought that out in a lesson a long time ago. Study, show yourself approved. That's what that is. When they go like this, they're smashing. Right? Pelvis thrust. See? Bang. Bang.
Tomb of Abraham.
Give me that. Give me that. That's Shekinah. Okay? That's what that is. For those who don't know. They stand at the walls. They do that. I did it in another lesson. I just got to be easy so we don't, get strike. But that's smashing Shekinah. Look it up.
See this. This is the tomb of Abraham. Tomb of Abraham.
Yeah, he's trying to diddy Abraham. You got that right. That's exactly what that is. All right? And that's the goddess Shekinah. I did it in a lesson a long time ago, broke it all down. I don't even know if it's still up. I don't know where it's at. I don't even know which lesson it's in or something. We might do it again another time. All right? Broke all that down with all the receipts. Shekinah, the ancient Hindu goddess and all that. That's the smashing. That's what that is. That's why they do that. These are the Babylonians. They follow the Amorites. It's fallen angel Canaanite. So they smash that. Shekinah is still Asherah. All right, let me bring it. That's Eve. That's Asherah, Semiramis, Astarte, Easter, Ishtar. They smashing Easter, Ishtar. They smashing Asherah. They smashing Eve, the one who transgressed the Most High with the serpent. You understand? Yeah, Diddy. That's what that is. Facts. All right. Yeah, I'll do it another time. We did a good breakdown. I don't know which video it was in. We got about 500 of them up now.
You're right. You can see this. This is the tomb of Abraham. Tomb of Abraham.
And then they got the soft music. and they got this little drape talking about the tomb of Abraham. like Abraham is actually there.
This is where Sarah's tomb is. This is Sarah. So you start off with Jacob.
He's such a little gentle little dude. They be believing it too, right? Ain't no disrespect to the little dude. He like, this is Sarah's tomb. How do you say his name? Jacob. Everybody. This is the Bible, right? He just as gentle, just as lied to. I'll be like, excuse me, nice little white man. That's how, excuse me, nice little white man. It's all a lie, nice little white man. I can teach you the truth. It's a lie. I said, excuse me, nice little white man. Can you go out in the sun right now? You telling me you could be out in that sun? No, you can't. You got to cover yourself. No, it's a lie. Teach them the truth. Okay? But anyway, yeah. Sounds all gentle.
Abraham, Sarah.
He said Abraham, right?
This is where Sarah's tomb is.
This is where Sarah's tomb is. All right, let's go. Enough of this mess. Let's get to the funky McNunky. Let's get to the chunky, funky McNunky. It's 11 o'clock. I was going to do my breakdown. Yeah, let's do this part. Yeah, let's get to the mess. Let's get to the mess. All right, let's go. Watch this, because it's 11 o'clock. Stop share. Enough of that. Stop share. Share screen. Let's get to the teaching. Where's my thing? Bang. Share. Bang. Window. This one. Share. Now we're going to get to the funky. Let's get to some receipts that y'all might not know. Is the elder still awake? Yeah, he's still up. Elder like this, right? Let's get to the, all right, let me set my stage first. Let me set it on up, right? And then I got a video coming. We got to end out with a strong video, right? But let me bring this. I'll come back to that. In the Bible, there were children born to Shem, the father of all the children of Eber. Eber is Habarayah, Hebrew. All right? Shem was the brother of Japheth. Shem was the elder. The sons of Shem were Elam, the Elamites, Asher, Arphaxad, Lud, and Aram. Okay? Asher is where the Assyrians. Aram is where you get Aramaic from. All right? And Arphaxad is the one who Hebrews come from. Judah, Abraham. All right. Arphaxad begot Salah, and Salah begot Eber. To Eber were born two sons, one Peleg, for in his days the earth were divided. His brother's name was Joktan. Then it breaks down Joktan. All right. Now, in this map, these are all the sons. Joktan, Havilah, you got Canaan, Mitzrayim, Phut, you got Lud, you got Aram. All right? So this is after the flood. Are we going somewhere now? Teaching begins. Let's go. Now, these are the lands that was allotted to them. Japheth took what you would call all of Europe, the northern parts. You see that right there? That's Ashkenaz. He got this region. That's where those convertites come from. The one that's diddying the walls everywhere, smashing the Shekinah. That's what that is, smashing the walls, right? That's them. Shem was allotted the Fertile Crescent, Mesopotamia, okay? Abraham descend from Shem, all right? We going somewhere, Abraham. Canaan is over here. That's Cush, Ethiopia, Libya, Ham, Mitzrayim. These are sons. Caphtorim. Everybody, our last lesson. The Mycenaeans, where the Greeks come from. The Crete, the Minoans. That's the Shemetic. Caphtorim is their dad. This was Hellenes later. This is the Aegean. Lud, Shem's son, went way up here when he was supposed to be over here. He was the only one went over there, mixed the seed, Shem and Japheth. This was Japheth's land up in here. So Japheth was the Rome where the Romans and the Greeks and all them, the Europeans, right? But this, the Aegean Sea, Minoans, the lesson, the series, that's Caphtorim, Shemetic. So now we know who the Mycenaeans and the Minoans were. They were Shemetic. All right. Now let's go. Here we go. Receipts. I'll come back to that one. The book of Flavius Josephus, Antiquities of the Tribe of Judah, a history of the Jewish wars. For those who know Josephus, this is exegeting text. This is history. This is how you break history down. The ancient text, the ancient writers, Josephus was a trader, sellout from the tribe of Judah. He wasn't white, he was actually black. He wasn't a convert type. They rewrote him now like he was white, but he was a spy, he was a sellout. But he documented everything. He was a convert agent. He was an agent. And he even described Mashiach, the way he looked and all that, his stature, all that. Now, Flavius Josephus' Book of Antiquities. Look at this. Everybody listen. And when the rest of them escaped that curse, the Most High inflicted it on the children of Canaan. But as to these matters, we shall speak more hereafter. You see how old this is? In the old broken English. That's the only type of receipts I like. Give me receipts from the 1300s, give me receipts from the 1500s. I'm good with your 2023, whatever. I'm good. And give me cave drawings and walls and reliefs and relics and artifacts. Give me frescoes, paintings, right? Give me history. Let's go. Come on, Delarashah. Pay attention. We going somewhere. Now, the Most High, and when the rest of them escaped that curse, the Most High inflicted it on the children of Canaan. But as to these matters, we shall speak more hereafter. Shem, the third son of Noach, had 5 sons. Okay? Some say Shem was the first son, but whatever. That's to be debated. He had 5 sons who inhabited the land that began at the Euphrates and reached to the Indian Ocean. For Elam left behind him the Elamites. The Elamites are the ancestors of the Persians. All right, Shem. And Asher lived at the city of Nineveh. And Asher named his descendants, his subjects, Assyrians. So now you know where the Persians come from, the Assyrians come from, Shemetic. These are the Afro-Asiatic Shemetic group of languages, people groups. All right. And these are Persians, Elamites. This is where you get Arabs. That's why a lot of blacks follow Islam. That's why Abraham was an Islamic. That's why the Islamic, it comes from, because Abraham's son is Ishmael. We going somewhere, but listen clearly. Let's go. Shem, we got to go back. So Elam left behind the Elamites, the ancestors of the Persians. Asher lived at the city of Nineveh and named his subjects Assyrians, who became the most fortunate nation beyond others. Arphaxad named the Arphaxadites. This group of people have been written out of history, erased. The Arphaxadites. That's the key name. The Arphaxadites, who are now called Chaldeans. Everybody listen clearly. When they say Abraham was from Ur of the Chaldeans, they make you to try to make you think that he was the Chaldeans in Ur was another nation of people. The reason why Abraham, come on now y'all, was from Ur of the Chaldeans because he was from his grandfather, Arphaxad, who was Shemetic. And Arphaxad is now called the Chaldeans. Understand? And the reason why the Chaldeans became dark and mixed is because Nimrod, Cush, followed Arphaxad. We did it on the last one. Cush followed Arphaxad down from Mount Aram. Cush came down, and that's Nimrod descended and took over Urek and built Ur. You understand? Took it over and built Babylon and the Tower of Babel. They mixed a seed. Listen clearly. Arphaxadites, they wrote them out of history. Abraham was an Arphaxadite. because they call them, now they call them Chaldeans. Aram, the other son of Shem, had the Aramites. That's where we get Aramaic, which the Greeks now call the Syrians. Everybody listen. Aram had Aramites, which the Greeks call Syrians, and Lud found the Ludites, which are now called the Lydians. Come on, elder. I know the elder like this. All right, elder be on this. The Lydians. All right. So we got the Syrians, we got the Persians, we got the Assyrians, we got the Chaldeans, who are the Arphaxidites. Okay? All right? The Aramites, the Arameans. That's where you get the Arameans and Aramaic. That's why all of these languages are Afro-Asiatic Shemetic group of languages. And it become Canaanite group of languages because Canaan, I'm going to show y'all, Canaan, hold on, Canaan, the son of Ham, did this. Ham was given all of this land, what they call Africa. Japheth was given all of this, what they call Asia, Europe, and Shem was given all what they call a fertile crescent. All right? But Canaan did this. You see what this is? This is Shemetic land. This is Jerusalem, Palestine, Gaza. Canaan descendants are the Arvadites, Zemarites, Archites, Sionites, Sidonians, the Amorites, the Perizzites, the Hittites, the Hivites, Jebusites, Girgashites. Canaan took Shem's land, and Cush from Mount Ara, when the ark landed, Cush followed Arphaxad down. I'll show y'all. And mixed his seed. That's with Nimrod. So, let's continue. Aram, the Ammites, Luds, become the Lydians. All right? The Ledites. Look at this. We'll go through these ancient books another time. But this, I got to do it quick to get through the receipts. We're going to go back to these ancient books. I'm just doing this quick. Listen. The idea it from their minds, little thinking how deeply interested the investigation of the Chaldean sign would prove if they sought to view it by the light of Bardic tradition and the researches of recent archaeologists. The serpent was not only a Chaldean, but an Israelitish sign. The serpent. Y'all remember my lesson in Negro land, serpent worship. The serpent. Everybody listen clearly. Now this book is from the 1500s too. We'll bring it out another lesson. I couldn't do it now because we're going somewhere. I got to get to the video with the Egyptians drew Abraham on the wall. But I got to bring receipts, understanding. Now, I'm going to show y'all in a minute. I'm going to show you in a minute how he's out. Now, the serpent, the kingdom of Judah, little thinking, the idea of it from their minds, little thinking how deeply interested in the investigation of the Chaldean. So the serpent was called the Chaldean sign, a Arphaxad. Everybody listen. The Chaldean sign. Investigation of the Chaldean sign would prove if they sought to view it by the light of the Bardic tradition and the researches of recent archaeologists. The serpent was not only a Chaldean, but an Israelitish sign, preserved by them even down to the time of Hezekiah. The old form of the word Europe is Ur-Ab, signifies a serpent. Everybody, you understand? They come from us. Now, Europa is the Greek made up mythological god, but the original is Ur-Ab, or Ab. We're going to go there with the Akkadian, or what they call Abraham, and they drew him on the walls. We're going somewhere. And it signifies the old world of Europe, the old form of the word signifies a serpent. If, as it is generally admitted, this was a Chaldean emblem. Who was it emblematic of? But a fact side. Listen, it was a Chaldean emblem, and who was it emblematic of? A fact side. Our grandfather. Let's continue. It is generally admitted that this was a Chaldean emblem, and who was it emblematic of? But a fact side, the eldest son of Shem, the light and the leader of the Chaldeans. The light and the leader of the Chaldeans. So we about to unravel history now, okay? They were like, of the Chaldeans, this is a fact side. These are Faxidites, all right? And the sign was the serpent. Listen clearly. It was emblematic, but who was this? It was a Chaldean emblem, the serpent. It was emblematic of, but who? A fact side, the eldest son of Shem, the light and the leader of the Chaldeans. A fact side was worshipped as a god under the form of a serpent. Our elder, let me see if the elder's still awake. Yeah, he here. Elder, I know you love this part, Elder. I know you love when the Most High start to unveil and bring some teachings out. I do too. When the Most High, I be loving it too, Elder. I be like, let's go, y'all, teach. Come on. Now listen clearly. They don't teach us nothing about our fact side, right? They actually erase him. We don't know about the Aphaxidites, okay? Now, a fact side was worshipped as a god under the form of a serpent. So our ancestors, everybody listen, our ancestors in Negro land, worshiping the serpent, okay, even the serpent goddess, all this serpent stuff. Our ancestors worship a fact side as a god under the form of a serpent, and everywhere throughout Europe and into Asia and Egypt, the serpent is to be found cut upon stone and the principal feature in varieties of ornamental forms. All right? Now, this book, we're going to go through this another time because it talks about Ireland, it talks about Scotland, the Jacobites, the serpent, the Ashan, the Ashanti, Negro land, right? But right, Ireland, but other places distinguished by the remains of the serpent. But we ain't going there tonight. We staying on Abraham and a fox side. All right, I'm gonna turn my mic down a little bit because I'm probably gonna get a little excited. All right, let me just leave it. All right. Everybody listen. All right, this is another book. I'll do the books another time. I didn't have time to. We'll open the books another time, and I'll get right. I got one of the books I'm gonna show at the end when I finish this, right? But we'll get to these books another time. Look at this page. The cross as a symbol, the cross, is traceable to the cross rods of the Chaldean, Aphaxad shepherd kings. These symbols are found all over the three kingdoms, especially in Ireland, Scotland, Wales, and Cornwall. The cross is as ancient as the fish and the serpent sign. All right, let me I get a little excited when, let me continue. The cross is as ancient as the fish and the serpent signs, and as the ring and cup fittings to be seen on the stones of Scotland and Ireland. Beside the cross being found upon Egyptian, Babylonian, and Assyrian monuments, we find that we'll go through that another time. This one is from Phoenician origins of Britons, Scots, and Anglo-Saxons. We'll go through this another time, all right? I just wanted to bring out the Aphaxide thing, all right? And that was the other thing with that crazy dude talking about everybody was white, all right? So anyway, I just wanted to bring this stuff out about Aphaxide before we get into this video, all right? Thank you, Yala Yat. I humbly, whoa. Thank you, Yala Yat. I humbly received that donation. That was a big donation. Praise the Most High's holy name, his rightful order. Thank you so much, daughter of Yah. I humbly received that. All right, praise Yah. All right, now, I just wanted to bring some of that before we go into finding out the Egyptians drew Abraham. I wanted to go into Aphaxide because now, watch this. This is what we did on our lesson, and y'all can find it. So I did it this way so that y'all can easily find the lesson on our channel. Share this tab instead. Why? Oh, because I'm sharing the other thing. Stop share. Bang. Share screen. Bang. Share. This is a video on our channel. Make it full screen. Oh, full screen's over here. There we go. Oh, you can't see it. Let me make it. Just press escape. Oh, there you go. It's called Noah's Flood and the Sumerian Giants of the Marine Kingdom. Right? This is on our channel. Right? So in this, I break down in this video how after the flood, Arphaxad and all of them came to settle this period, and how Nimrod, all right? We're going somewhere because we're going to find out Abraham of the Chaldean and Ur. So this was the video here, right? Look, this is what they did. This is how important this culture is. They took over the whole thing, and then they went and took over south. They went and took over up here, there. They took over everything. This is Nimrod. All right, so I clip from this part because Nimrod came down, Cush, and followed Arphaxad to this region. And Nimrod mixed his seed and conquered Arphaxad and took over this whole region. We're going, oh, bro, we're going somewhere. This is Nimrod. He took over all the Shemetic. I thought only Cain did it. I did not know. I really thought only Canaan did it. I did not know that Nimrod and them did it first. Watch. All right, so let me go back. All right, here we go. Now, we going there. All right, here we go. So this is Arphaxad. This is Ur. This is Erech. Urek in the Bible, Erech. And Eridu. Okay? These three. And this is where Nimrod built the first Shinar. And then the second one was up here, and the Tower of Babel was right here. So Cush was not supposed to be in this area. This was given to Shem. But because Elam got over here, Susiana and Susan, and Cush got the Mesopotamic, what they call now Mesopotamia. It was called the Fertile Crescent. All right? But Cush followed them down, and Cush mixed his seed and conquered, and then Cush conquered all of this. All right, that's how Chaldee, Ur, became worshiping fallen angels, became from Nimrod, from them. Okay, but this is Arphaxad's land. All right, go. Now, I'm going somewhere. I got a video coming, a very powerful video about that. Let's going to lead into it. In the land of his of Ur and the Chaldees. Thank you. She put in the scriptures. All right. So now, the Ubaid culture was the earliest culture of Arphaxad, Shemite. Okay, and later they took over, but we're gonna find out who took over and what was going on. Now, the northern expansion. That when the Ubaid of Aram and Asher to the moment of the early dispersal of the let me go far, all right? Let me show y'all something. It's flood. There we go, right here. They went, we just left the flood. All right, let me explain. We just left, so right here, Noah's Ark, there was the flood. It landed right here, Ararat. It was a mountainous region, right here, Mount Ararat, in this land. Now, there was a mountainous region up here that Cush went up there to this mountain. That's when they found the writing, that thing on the stone. Elder know about that, right? And all of that. He had fallen angel knowledge. He got mixed with some Nephilic stuff Cush did up in here, all right? Nimrod's parents and stuff, right? His ancestors, right? So when Ham, Shem, when Ham's descendants, Shem and Japheth, when their descendants dispersed, they got allotted land. Ham got allotted this land. Shem got allotted this land, and Japheth got allotted the land up here. All right? And so Arphaxad, Asher, Aram, Elam, they picked their places. Ham went all over here, and everybody, but Lud went up in here, up in some of the Japheth's land. But Cush came out of the mountains and followed Arphaxad down here. This is where you get in of the Chaldeans. It's going to mean something in a second. The flood. They went east, Lake Umir. Now they are traveling and they're settling. So in the Bible, they went east after the flood into the mountains, Lake Urmia right here. Mediterranean, Mesopotamian region. The rest of the world is empty. There's no people. It's virgin soil. Okay? Now, the people who we're talking about, Shem's descendants, this is the first people that are settling the land since the ark landed. Okay. The Ubaid period is generally divided into 4 phases. All right, so I'll break that down. So I just want to labeled as Eridu. Ubaid 1 and Ubaid 2 are respectfully labeled as Eridu. So y'all can watch that lesson another time. I just wanted to show that what I was talking about. So there we go. So this is Aram, Asher, Elam went here, Arphaxad went here, Shem's sons. And then Cush came down and conquered it. Cush came down and followed them. All right, so now, here we go. Now let's go back. Now let's go to the video. Copyright disclaimers. I just wanted to show that so that y'all can have an idea of the region, right? And matter of fact, I could do this one really quick first. It doesn't take long. Matter of fact, that'll be a good place to do this one at. It doesn't take long at all. Where is it? Where you at? It's, where did I put you? I know I pulled you in. Jezebel's, there we go. Share this tab instead. Copyright disclaimers on effect. This is going to walk into Abraham.
Every nation on earth could trace its origins to just 3 men, Japheth, Ham, and Shem. In the 10th chapter of Genesis, there is a list. Is this just a myth? Or is it a remarkable ancient map, preserving where our own story began? Find out. We must go back to the beginning, to the foot of Mount Ararat.
That's what I was just breaking down. Copyright disclaimers for reactionary purposes. Mount Ararat, two mountain regions. The ark landed, and they dispersed from there. But Cush went up.
After the Great Flood, history begins again with one family. From the sons of Noah, the map of humanity began to take shape. Through Japheth, the people spread north and west toward the coastlands and the distant islands. Through Ham, they moved southward toward Africa and the Arabian Peninsula, founding some of the mightiest empires the world would ever know. And through Shem, the descendants settled in the heart of the ancient Near East, the cradle of civilization, the land known as the Fertile Crescent. Ham, whose name signifies hot or burned, it was a destiny soon realized as he fathered 4 sons: Cush, Mizraim, Put, and Canaan. These sons were the true empire builders and city founders of the ancient world. Cush, the firstborn, brought forth a vast lineage. His 6 sons were Seba, Havilah, Sabta, Rama, Sabteka, and Nimrod.
Cush. Everybody, listen clear. We going somewhere. All right? So Cush came into Shem's land. And so did Canaan, the grandson. All right? Mitzrayim is where you get Egypt. Okay? Cush, where you get Ethiopia. Foot, where you get Libya, Lydia and stuff, right? All right. Now,
Cush, the firstborn, brought forth a vast lineage. His 6 sons were Seba, Havilah, Sabta, Rama, Sabteka, and Nimrod. And from Rama came Sheba and Dedan. All of them spread across the Arabian Peninsula, names famed for their Arabian commerce and wealth. But from this powerful lineage emerged the figure of Nimrod. He was the first heroic warrior on earth.
Now, do y'all see what that map just showed? Cush was supposed to be given Africa in the south, Arabia. Look where Nimrod is. Right up in Arphaxad's land. Shem.
But from this powerful lineage emerged the figure of Nimrod. He was the first heroic warrior on earth, the founder of the great Mesopotamian cities of Babylon and Nineveh.
I can go forward.
Mizraim is the biblical name for Egypt. His 7 descendants, the Ludim, Animim, Lahabim, Naptuhim, Pathrusim, Kasluhim, and Kaphtorim, settled the Nile Valley, constructing the magnificent civilization of the pyramids.
All right. Now you got Egypt, Mitzrayim, Kemet. Mitzrayim from his sons. Kaphtorim, that's Crete, Mycenaeans and all of it. Now we're getting a breakdown of our other lesson, but we're going somewhere. Let's continue.
Intriguingly, his line through the Kasluhim also gave rise to the Philistines, who would later settle the coastline and become the great rival of Israel.
So, the Philistines, Hamite, right? Come and they over in Shem's land.
Moving further west, Put denotes the peoples of Libya and North Africa, securing Ham's dominance across the northern Saharan region. Finally, Canaan, Ham's youngest son. He begat 11 descendants: Sidon, Heth, the Jebusite, the Amorite, the Girgashite, the Hivite, the Archite, the Sinite, the Arvadite, the Zimmerite, and the Hamathite. They would later settle the very land promised to Israel.
Promised to Shem. All right. Okay? So all through the scripture, that's why the Most High says, go get our land back. All right, let's continue.
From these sons, Sidon became the ancestor of the Phoenicians. Heth.
Sidon is the Phoenicians. Ham. Everybody. Okay? I figure this would help y'all get a clearer understanding of the genealogy of who the people are. Yes, all who the Most High said do not mix our seed with, because they mix with the fallen. That's Canaan. That's why cursed be Canaan. Do you understand? All right? Now, Ham's descendants. Now you got the Phoenicians, you got the Canaanites, you got the Philistines, all from Ham in Shem's land, in our business. All right?
Established the
Jezebel, Phoenician, Sidon.
Powerful Hittite Empire, and through the Phoenicians. From these sons, Sidon became the ancestor of the Phoenicians. Heth established the powerful Hittite Empire, and through the Jebusites came the key city of ancient Jerusalem.
Ancient Jerusalem of Jebus, Salam, and Ariel. Jebus. Okay? So they created the city Jebus from the Jebusites, but it's in our Shem's land, the promised land that was promised as descendant for Shem. Okay? Canaan's descendants took it. Everybody listen.
City of ancient Jerusalem. and through the Jebusites.
That's where Jerusalem get that name from, Jeba, Salam, and Oriel. We call Yara Shalom, if you understand the Habariyah. That Jerusalem, just like you got Israel, it's Israel. Do you understand? And that's what? Canaan, Ham. That's why I say we're not Israelite. We're none of that. Yasha'al. Okay? All right, let's continue.
Heth established the powerful Hittite Empire, and through the Jebusites came the key city of ancient Jerusalem. The Amorites built powerful kingdoms spanning the length of Canaan, while the Hivites and Girgashites were deeply entrenched in the central highlands and mountainous regions. The remaining sons settled the northern coast, establishing the key port cities that served as the main entrances to the sea. Ham's empire builders dominated the south.
Now look, they are in our land.
Destiny lies in the very heart of the ancient world.
Here we go.
Shem, whose name's
gatekeepers, right on the Aegean, Anatolia. That's the Hittites. Where the Masnair, that's why I told, when we break it down, where the Hellenes, the Greeks come from later in the other series. Let's continue. Now we're going to Shem.
Signified name or reputation.
Look at Shem. You seen Ham? Okay? We don't see, no disrespect. They're not white. Japheth got lighter skin.
He fathered 5 sons, Elam, Ashur, Arphaxad, Lud, and Aram. These 5 lineages settled the vital crossroads of the ancient world, the fertile.
This is where you get the Afro-Asiatic group of languages, all Persian, Assyrian, Aramaic, right? Assyrian, that's why Hebrew, I can speak it because I speak Habariyah. This is where you get and then you get the Canaanite group of languages because our ancestors started messing with Canaan when the Most High said, do not. But let's continue.
Crescent, roads of the ancient world, the Fertile Crescent. These 5 lineages settled the vital crossroads of the ancient world, the Fertile Crescent.
Now, I wanted to point out something to y'all. Y'all see somebody being rebellious? Here go another. Who is the rebellious one out of all 5 of these? Lud. What are you doing up there in Japheth's land? Do you see it? We were given what they call Mesopotamia, the Fertile Crescent. But Lud took his little butt right over there in Anatolia, Hittites land. Okay? And what's the name? Ham's land. All right? And then Japheth later, that's at the edge of Japheth's land. So you see the rebellious one right there. Lud should not have been up there. Okay? This is where you get these mixes of genealogies. Let's continue.
Elam founded a powerful civilization bordering the Persian Gulf. Ashur gave rise to the ferocious Assyrian Empire, a force that terrorized the ancient world. Lud was the ancestor of the wealthy Lydian kingdom in Asia Minor, who invented the world's first coined money.
Lud, Shemetic, invented the world's first coined money. In Asia Minor, what they call Turkey now, what they called Anatolia, and in Asia Minor, right here. Okay, let's continue.
Aram fathered 4 sons, Uz, Hul, Gether, and Mash. He brought forth the Arameans, whose language became the lingua franca for regional commerce and culture. But it is the lineage that stems from Arphaxad that the biblical record traces with the most meticulous detail. The line passes through his son Salah, leading to his grandson Eber, from whom the name Hebrews is derived. Eber then branched into 2 main lines, Peleg and Joktan. Joktan's lineage produced 13 sons, Omada, Shalef, Hazarmaveth, Jira, Hadaram, Uzal, Dikla, Obal, Abimael, Sheba, Ophir, Havilah, and Jobab.
And they got that Jobab. So now you see Job from the land of Uz, right? And now you're seeing a separate Jobab, and Jobab is way over here.
They founded many of the early Arabian tribes.
Now here we go. This is what the Most High promised us, this region. All of this is ours. That's Ham's, and Japheth is up there. Jobab is way over here in the corner. You heard? Habariah and Peleg here. All right.
But the other line was Peleg. This path runs through generations including Ru, Serug, Nahor, and Terah until it converges on one central figure in history, Abraham.
Now his daddy of Arphaxad through Eber. So Chaldean was Arphaxad, is right up in here. It's in our land.
And so Shem's descendants settled the Fertile Crescent and spread south into Arabia. Ham conquered the south in Africa. And Japheth claimed the northern seas and
Now I want to point out, look what happened.
coastlands.
I'll show y'all. And now we're going to get to the thumbnail. So Shem was given this. Ham given all this. But look where Ham is. Canaan is in Shem land, and Nimrod is deep all up in Shem. You see where Cush's son is? Do y'all see it now? Okay? That's why the Chaldeans of Arphaxad's land started worshiping all this fallen. All right?
And Japheth claimed the northern seas and coastlands.
Look at Ashkenaz up there. That's those convertites. They ain't got nothing to do with Shem at all. Okay? They're not Shemetic. That's why they talking about some Semitic or whatever. They can be Semi all they want. They're not Shem. All right? And look at Lud up there. Somebody need to pop Lud right in his face. What are you doing up there? We wasn't given that land.
The atlas is complete. This is not merely a list of names, but a culture's attempt to understand their ancient world. A geopolitical encyclopedia for their time. All of humanity at its root is one family. This is
All right, now let's go. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. This is the clip of the night. It's a long one, so I don't know if we're gonna get through the whole thing. I didn't think I was gonna take this long. I should have known. But this is a long clip. It's a half an hour. So, well, I guess we are. All right. Copyright disclaimers are in effect for educational purposes only. This is the breakdown. There's proof to show that Egypt drew Abraham on the tomb walls. 1900 BC evidence exposed. The Beni Hasan mystery. Copyright disclaimers. Oh, I gotta stop. How do I do it? Make it smaller again. There we go. Share this tab. Copyright disclaimers are in effect for reactionary purposes only. We don't own rights to the video. We're just discussing and educating and reacting to the video. Abraham.
Back in 1890, archaeologists found something in an Egyptian tomb that honestly should have changed everything we know about the Bible. Right there on the wall, dating back 4,000 years, was a painting of a caravan of foreigners walking into Egypt.
Now, everybody listen clearly. Thank you so much. Yashala. Y'all see this? This is the receipts I like. Ancient book and text, ancient 1500s, and then the scrolls, the fess scrolls, the pottery, the archaeological digs, the hieroglyphs, the cave, the writings on the walls. This is in the tomb. Everybody look, listen clearly. You see this picture? These are the whites everywhere. Shout out. Let me explain something to y'all about that. As much as nosy as as so-called white people could be, because they everywhere, right? They everywhere with their cameras. They all in the ocean messing with the whales and everybody, tigers, lions, whales. Everybody like, what you get? I think these white people are just everywhere. They are Yah's. They're the Most High's curiosity seekers. Now, he used a set of so-called white people to enact a punishment on us, right? And he used some of them who are actually Nephilic, right? Because Nephilic is all way white, black, all nations, right? But see, the Most High has each individual that's his creation serves a function. And if it wasn't that the Most High created in some of the so-called white people this gene to travel the world and go down in caves and find out and document, history would have been lost, rewritten. See, as much as the wicked ones are trying to rewrite history, the curiosity ones and the righteous white ones are trying to document and record it. And they don't care. They'll be happy. Oh, they were black. Look, they're beautiful. Look at the things on the wall. And they take pictures. And the Most High did. We're not. That's so-called blacks. That's not in our DNA. We're not like what you call that, record keepers. We're not the type to go. We busy making music and doing science. Like we're building mathematics. Like we're busy creating, and we're like, yes, they have an inquisitive. And that's, yeah, they find that, yeah, the Most High used them to find their document. We won't be all in these places. That's their culture. You understand? Now, of course, you got righteous and unrighteous of every nation of people. But shout out to that remnant of the so-called white people that have that gene in them that the Most High put there to document everything and find out. That's how we got all of the information. Because look at them. They everywhere. They be in the tombs getting curses put on them. They be in there getting magic dust. Woof. They open up an old Kemet. She said nosy. Yeah, they super nosy. They open up an old and get an ancient spell cursed on them. They don't care, right? They go anywhere. They go down into holes. They be going when it's just a string. They be like, okay, I got it. Then the string break and they dead. And it's like, but they got the facts. But anyway, I just want to point that out. We got to be thankful for everything that the Most High uses, right? So I'm thankful for this, because if they didn't, we wouldn't have all these records. We wouldn't have all this stuff. So look at them. They over here. Look. See? This is how we got real receipts. So that's why, guys, you can't lie to me with your science studies and Oxford, and you can't lie to me or nothing, because some of the other white people, these archaeologists and all this, oh, they over there scraping, dusting off ancient relics and digging in the ground and finding everything. You hear me? They documented all this. You can't make this up. See, this is facts. All right, let's continue.
Back in 1890, archaeologists found something in an Egyptian tomb that honestly should have changed everything we know about the Bible. Right there on the wall, dating back 4,000 years, was a painting of a caravan of foreigners walking into Egypt. You see men, women, children, and the Egyptian inscription actually gives us the name of their leader, Abisha the Amu. And here's the crazy part. Almost nobody realized that what they might actually be looking at is the face of Abraham.
Y'all hear? On the walls, written in Akkadian script, which is an ancient Aphaxide Mediterranean, because Nimrod mixed the seed with Aphaxide. This is how you get the Akkadian Akkadian Sumer. Akkadians come from Sumer, and the Sumer came down from Nimrod. Okay? That's Shinar is a dialect of Shema, Sumer. Not for the Sumer before the flood. The next generation at Nimrod continued under Cush Empire. through the Ubaid period, from Urek and okay, down by Susan from the Elamites. This is a Fatsides land. I understand the history. I'm a doggone historian now. The most I've been doing this for so many years. Now, yes, Abisha Umu. Let me write his name down because it's gonna come up a couple of times. Abisha the Amu. Abisha, y'all gonna understand. We're gonna have this gonna be good. Abisha the Amu. All right. Now this is the tomb of Kimhotep II, the governor of the Og district of ancient Kemet.
Can you spell it for us?
Abisha the Amu. Abisha the Amu. And that's Akkadian dialect. All right? But if you speak Akkadian, Hebrew, it's all Shemetic. It's an Afro-Asiatic Shemetic group of languages. I'm going to show you.
One last note on how we're approaching this. I want to be clear. Abisha the Amu honestly should have changed everything we know about the Bible. Right there on the wall, dating back 4,000 years, was a painting of a caravan of foreigners walking into Egypt. You see men, women, children, and the Egyptian inscription actually gives us the name of their leader, Abisha the Amu. And here's the crazy part. Almost nobody realized that what they might actually be looking at is the face of Abraham. One last note on how we're approaching this. I want to be clear. This isn't just speculation. The case I'm building today is grounded in established scholarly work and primary sources. We're talking about ancient texts and artifacts that have been around for thousands of years. My research is just bringing these scattered data points together to make a connection that academic silos often miss. If this identification is correct, and I'm going to show you why I think that it is, this isn't just another cool archaeological find. This would be...
So what we're seeing, we got the actual visuals inside the tomb. See, I showed you the pictures, but we actually have video evidence inside the tomb. Okay?
The case I'm building today is grounded in established scholarly work and primary sources. We're talking about ancient texts and artifacts that have been around for thousands of years. My research is just bringing these scattered data points together to make a connection that academic silos often miss. If this identification is correct, and I'm going to show you why I think that it is, this isn't just another cool archaeological find. This would be the only contemporary image of a biblical patriarch anywhere in the world. We aren't talking about a painting from centuries later. It's not an artist's imagination. It's not a Renaissance painting or a medieval drawing. We're talking about an Egyptian painter working around 1900 BC, documenting a real person who...
So he wouldn't be Egyptian, he would be ancient Kemetic painter. That's the only thing I would help the white brother who's doing his scholarly research. Stop calling them something that they weren't called at the time, okay? This, you're talking 1900 BC. There was no, the Persians didn't conquer them till much later, okay? The Persians conquered them, I think I got the date, when the Persians conquered them, 525 BC, right? That's almost 1,000 years, whatever, before they got conquered, first got conquered by the Persians during the 27th dynasty, okay? So you can't call them no Egyptians, right? And the Persians didn't even call them Egyptians. Persians called them Madraya. So they didn't become Egyptians until the Hellenes conquered them, which was 343 BCE under Alexander the Great, the Greek, okay? That's when they called them Egyptos, okay? So you can't call them that. That's bad scholarship for the brother, right? They're doing a really bad job with their scholarship, and I'm glad that they're trying to get like scholarly sources and all that stuff. But then do your scholarship correct. These were ancient Kemet, land of the blacks. All right, let's continue.
Walked into Egypt, Hasan's painting or our medieval drawing. And I'm going to show you why I think that it is. This isn't just another cool archaeological find. This would be the only contemporary image of a biblical patriarch anywhere in the world. We aren't talking about a painting from centuries later. It's not an artist's imagination. It's not a Renaissance painting or a medieval drawing. We're talking about an Egyptian painter working around 1900 BC, documenting a real person who walked into Egypt, a man he actually saw. We could be looking at Abraham's real face, his clothes, his family traveling with him, and the weapons his men carried. Think about what that actually means.
So he goes, this is the funny part. This what his brother can do a lot better, right? I'm glad he's trying to seek the truth, right? But you can't go from showing that this is what they drew in the caves, and you saying it's Abraham, and then you cut to
man
that
he
picture.
actually saw. We could be looking at Abraham's real face, his clothes, his family traveling with him, and the weapons his men carried. Think about what that actually means. Every image of Abraham you've ever seen, Sunday school materials, Bible illustrations, children's books, all of that gets replaced by this 4,000-year-old Egyptian painting. Scholars who dismiss the patriarchs as legend or as theological fiction with no history behind it would have to reckon with contemporary Egyptian documentation. The Egyptian account of Abraham in Egypt, which is often treated as folklore, would have external, non-biblical verification. It would literally shift everything we know about Genesis. Dating the patriarchs, understanding their world, the entire scholarly conversation would have to be reframed. So why isn't this common knowledge? Why isn't this painting in every Bible dictionary and seminary textbook? Why aren't pastors preaching on it? Because most scholars have dismissed it as a coincidence. They see it as just another traitor with a similar sounding name. Nothing to do with the Bible. It's time to just move along. But when you actually look at the evidence, when you dig into the linguistics, the chronology, the cultural markers, coincidence becomes really hard to defend. The pieces fit together too well. Today, we're going to build the case, piece by piece. By the end of this video, you'll see why I believe that Abisha, the Amu, and Abraham, the patriarch, are the same person. And if I'm right, you'll never read Genesis 12 the same way again. Let's start with what we know for sure, the facts that no one disputes. In the late 1800s, archaeologists excavated some rock cutout tombs at a site called Beni Hasan in Middle Egypt. Now, these aren't the Great Pyramids or the Valley of the Kings. These belong to provincial governors, basically regional managers, who ruled districts of Egypt during the Middle Kingdom period. One tomb stood out. It belonged to a guy named Khnumhotep II. He was governor of the Oryx district around 1900 BC. His tomb is massive, and it's covered in the usual scenes like farming, hunting, offerings to gods, and the standard stuff. But on one wall, right in the middle of all of these typical Egyptian scenes, there's something completely different. It's a procession of foreigners entering Egypt. There are 37 people, and they stick out immediately because everything about them is different. They're wearing elaborate, colorful clothes, nothing like the Egyptians' dress. The men have full beards, which Egyptians didn't do. They're carrying bows and weapons, but they aren't prisoners. They aren't tied up. They're peaceful visitors bringing trade goods. Now, obviously, the painting has faded a lot over 4,000 years, so I've used AI to help visualize what this scene looks like when it was fresh.
So what I did, because, what word am I use for that? Unauthentically, like just when I'm thinking, he's really trying to show the truth, you make a rendition of it, and look what he
faded a lot over 4,000 years.
So you could, I'm sorry, but it didn't fade a lot. You could have kept showing this image. We can see the image. I didn't need you to make over this image and make them whiter. Y'all see, guys? Again, so even though you're trying to look like you found a discovery.
And they stick out immediately because everything about them is different. They're wearing elaborate, colorful clothes, nothing like the Egyptians' dress. The men have full beards, which Egyptians didn't do. They're carrying
everybody just as brown as they want
bows and weapons, but they aren't prisoners. They aren't tied up. They're peaceful visitors bringing trade goods. Now, obviously, the painting has faded a lot over 4,000
No, the painting looks good enough. You could have
years.
kept with it.
So I've used AI to help visualize.
So he made it over, and now look at their complexions. Look how light they are now. Now all of a sudden, now their ethnicity is blurred. Look, it kept the Egyptians brown. Come on, that's intentional, and it's inauthentic.
Visualize what this scene looks like when it was fresh.
So what I did throughout this video, I replaced his image continually with this image. It took me a lot of hours, but y'all know how I do, right? So because he keeps showing that, from now on, he shows this image. And I said, the devil's a lie. I'm liking the study and the stuff you're bringing out. So what I did, I spent hours and I put the original image back in throughout this whole thing. Now let's eat the fruit.
Faded a lot over 4,000 years. So I've used AI to help visualize what this scene looks like when it was fresh. So you can see the colorful robes and the beards exactly as the artists painted them.
This right here.
And as good as AI is, it's probably going to get some things wrong, but this is generally the idea. The style makes it clear. This is a real event. The details are specific. The artist is recording something he saw. Above the scene, hieroglyphs identify these people as Amu. That's the standard term for Asiatics or Semites from Canaan. That's what the Egyptians called them.
Okay, they didn't call them Semites. They called them Shemites, again, right? But they do. He's correct. They call them Shemetic because they call them Asiatics. And everybody, they call them Afro-Asiatics. Look it up. It's the Afro-Asiatic Shemetic group of languages. Facts, all right? So they'll keep using these words, Semites, and he done made them all light. He done made them. Now remember the other one I said? Remember I said Abraham, the one, if that's him, is the same color as the animal. Look what he made him. That's why I pointed it out. He was the same color as the animal, and now you just made him light. Exactly. All right, now let's continue from here on.
Identify these people as Amu. That's the standard term for Asiatics or Semites from Canaan. That's what the Egyptians called them. It's not an insult, it's just descriptive. It's like saying foreigners from the East. And critically, they name the leader, Abisha, chief of the Amu. The inscription says they're bringing eye paint, called stibium, along with other goods. This is a trading caravan arriving in Egypt to do business. When this was first discovered, people immediately asked, Abisha sounds a lot like Abraham. The timing is roughly right. Could there be a connection? But scholars shut that down pretty fast. They said, look, people moved around a lot in the Middle Bronze Age. This is just documentation of normal trade. Abisha is a common name. It's most likely just a coincidence.
So now when he's talking about these scholars, that's where you get in trouble at. All these, right? Opinionated, genderized, people call it scholarly sources appeared. You can miss me with all of that, right? Yeah, they dismiss of everything when it be written on hieroglyphs and everything. So the exegete that he's doing for this find in the tomb from Kimhotep II, this is the area. This right here is Beni Hasan. This is where the tomb was. This is the Middle Egypt, right across from the Red Sea, right? All right.
And so, for over a century, it's been the standard line. The painting is just a general background context to what was going on in the region. It shows us what people like Abraham might have looked like, but it's not him. But here's my argument. Nobody has really looked at all of the evidence together. They look at one piece and they say, well, it's just a coincidence, instead of seeing how the pieces stack up. What if this painting, created by an artist who was there, is documenting the exact event described in Genesis chapter 12? What if we're not looking at someone that's like Abraham, but we're looking at Abraham himself? Because when you really dig into the details, the linguistics, the dates, the culture, the evidence gets pretty compelling. So let me walk you through it. And warning, there's a lot of evidence here. Now we have to address the elephant in the room, the name.
Yeah. So what he said was they came in bartering gifts, and they know that the Egyptians do the eye paint. So the Mesopotamians, these individuals from the Levant region, they had the Western names to sell, to trade with the Egyptians, to bring gifts to come in, and the eye paint was very important to the Egyptians. And in his remake, he made them look all white looking with eye paint on.
The critics have looked at the inscription for a century and said it says Abisha, not Abraham, so obviously the case is closed. But this is where we have to stop thinking in English and start thinking in languages of the ancient world. Because when you actually dig into the linguistics, Abisha isn't a strike against the theory. It's actually one of the strongest pieces of evidence that we have. So let's break it down. The meaning first. Look at the definitions. The name Abram, before it was changed to Abraham, is made of two parts. Ab means father, and Ram.
So again, he shows what the Egyptians drew. He's saying that's Abraham, but then he's showing this picture. But let's continue. I'm not going to keep going back and forth. I just want to point that out.
Means exalted or high. So Abram, is exalted father. Now let's look at Abisha. In the ancient Semitic languages of that time, Ab still means father. And Isha, or Yesha, conveys that concept of distinction and exaltation. Abisha translates to exalted father, or my father is divine, or my father is the prince. Do you see it? The meaning is identical. But Scott, you might ask, why wouldn't he just use the Hebrew name? Because Hebrew didn't exist yet. We often forget this. Abraham didn't speak Hebrew. He was from Ur of the Chaldees. He was a Mesopotamian. His native tongue would have been Akkadian or some very early Amorite dialect.
And that's where he's wrong. So that's why I broke down. Remember I showed you at the beginning, and I showed y'all actually Chaldean is actually Arphaxidites. Okay, that's Arphaxide. Later, they've been called Chaldean. And the Habariya tongue was actually spoken, right? That's why the Tower of Babel, he took the tongues, confounded the tongues. Okay? Now, Habariya was an original pictograph language spoken word to mouth. All right? And they spoke the languages, the sister languages. All of these are Afro-Asiatic Shemetic group of tongues and languages, and they are very closely related. So when he showed this image right here, you see this? It says Hebrew. Now that is nothing but some Yiddish modern stuff, right? Then it got the name and power of the Hebrew letters, Aleph, Bet, whatever. It got Rabbinic, whatever, Arabic, all right? Samaritan, Syriac, Phoenician. Now, the ancient Paleo, and look at the Phoenician. You see, it's basically the same script. Okay? Same, the Akkadian would have been a little different as well as in all of them. But it's Afro-Asiatic group of languages. So you would have spoke one when you spoke them all. Aramaic, it's Shemetic tongues. All right? And so again, they like to do that because they think that the crazy thing is they say that it was no Hebrew, but then he literally said Eber is where they get the name Hebrew. Eber is Abraham's grandfather. You see, this is how bad scholarship is, that they don't understand that the Habariya language was spoken mouth to ear. It was a spoken language before it was written. Okay, and then they have a pictograph language before this Paleo-Canaanite. This is when that's why it's Phoenician, that's why it's Assyrian, that's why all of it is mirrored. So Habariya, Hebrew, was a man, his grandfather. That makes no sense, all right? But they don't understand that, but it is what it is.
Start thinking in languages of the ancient world. Because when you actually one of the strongest pieces of evidence that we have. So let's break it down. The meaning first.
So right, so he's breaking down. Let me show you, I could do y'all one better, right? Because it's kind of really simple, right? So this Share. This is the pictographic Habariya script, right? That's the Aleph, Ba, Gamma, Ya, Dalaya, Haya, Ya, and Wayav, right? Zayan, Hayat, Tayat, Yayad, Wayav, Lamayad, Mayam, Nayan, Samakaya, Ayan, Faya, Zadayak, Kayaf, Rayash, Shayan, and Tayat. Okay? This is our tongue, our language. The Habariya script, pictograph, what he took back, okay, at the Tower of Babel, right? But so once you are able to speak a dialect of this, then it makes the other dialect, it makes you what you call when you speak multiple languages, right? Share screen, window. I'm gonna get
Bilingual.
Yes, bilingual. So this is the Aramaic script. Look, Aleph, Bet, Gimel, Daleth, Hey, Wav, Zayin, Hef, Tet, Yad, Kaf, Lamet. I just said them all. But look, don't that look totally different from the script I was reading? Because it was the pictograph. This is Aramaic, Aram, Shemetic language. But if I spoke my Habariya, then I can speak this. Once I learn these new line symbols, that's later, okay? This is the Paleo, all right? So, and then this is Assyrian, Syriac. That's Asher, the other son. Look, Aleph, Beat, Gamo, Dalet, Hey, Wav, Zion, Ket, Tyre, Yod. That's why I broke it down without, I did it because I want you to understand that I speak the tongue, right? So I broke it down with just a pictograph without it under it. And look, so if you spoke any language, you can easily, once I learned the markers for and this is later Assyriac, Syriac letters, right? And look, oh, that's Baal. Now this is the Paleo. No, this is the Phoenician. Aleph, Bet, Gimel, Dalet, Hey, Wav, Zion, Hef, Tet, Ya. See? Yod. You see? It's the script. Aramaic. That's why Messiah spoke Aramaic. Because he spoke Hebrew. You understand? That's why that's why they could speak each other's tongue and language. All right? And that's the original picto. All right. I just wanted to break that down real quick because that's what some of these scholars, because you don't know the tongue, you really don't understand. So they quick to say, well, he didn't speak Hebrew because Hebrew didn't exist. Wrong. That's where you're wrong. It was spoken word to mouth way before they started doing this Canaanite Paleo Hebrew. All right? All right. Now, let me continue. All right, I just got to break that down because that's where they do this scholarship and they go wrong. All right, where is it? Abraham, Egypt painting. Yeah, Abraham, Egypt painting.
Look at the definitions. The name Abram, before it was changed to Abraham, is made of two parts. Ab means father, and Ram means exalted or high. So Abram, is exalted father. Now let's look at Abisha. In the ancient Semitic languages of that time, Ab still means father. And Isha, or Yesha, conveys that concept of distinction and exaltation. Abisha translates to exalted father, or my father is divine, or my father is the prince. Do you see it? The meaning is identical. But Scott, you might ask, why wouldn't he just use the Hebrew name? Because Hebrew didn't exist yet. We often forget this. Abraham didn't speak Hebrew. He was from Ur of the Chaldees. He was a Mesopotamian. His native tongue would have been Akkadian or some very early Amorite dialect. Hebrew is a Canaanite dialect that developed later, a lot later, incorporating elements of languages that came before it, specifically.
And see how he's speaking of something he know not of? Now look what he just put on the script. Canaanite Proto-Sinaitic, 1900 BC. This time of this find is 1900 BC, when this Mesopotamic man that he's thinking is Abraham was drawn on Kimmeltep's hieroglyph in his tomb. Look at this script. This to the brother on the screen, the white brother, this is where you got to really do more studying. This is actually Hebrew script. And he said Hebrew didn't exist. You see it? Look, watch this. Aleph, Bet, Gimel. Now look at that. That's Canaanite. This is, everybody, what you're seeing. And when not, you'll all watch this later. This is when the Most High confounded the tongues. Everybody listen. And the children still had a trace of the Habariyah before it. This when they mixing with the Canaanite. So this is the Alayaf, the Bayat, the Gamayah, some Canaanite inscription, the Hayah, another Canaanite inscription, another Canaanite inscription, the Hayat, the Tayat, the Yad, and the Wayaf. You see? So I'm guessing in Canaanite, this would be the Wav. And this would be the Dalayat. Now y'all look, they got a fish. Everybody, you got to understand the fish god and the serpent is very key throughout Canaanite and Israelite history. Shemetic and Hametic. So this would be in the Canaanite. Dagon, you see it? So this is the Canaanite Pro-Sinaitic Hebrew script. But he said Hebrew didn't exist because he doesn't speak the tongue. He doesn't understand, but I do. But we do. Praise the Most High. So this is crazy work right here. And then look, 900 years later, look what you get. Paleo, everybody, full Canaanite, Hebrew. And under it, probably Assyrian or Syriac. Aleph, Bet, Gimel, Dalet, Hey, Wav, right? But they got Het, Tet. Look, so now y'all look at the order they got in the Canaanite. After the Hayat, Aleph, Bet, Gimel, Dalet, Hayat, Wav, after they got a Het and a Hayat and a Hayat and a Tayat next to. So again, this is when our ancestors was mixing with the Canaanites, what the Most High told us not to do. Okay? And this is how. Now look, when you go down here, look at this script. That's look like a Lamayad, Mayam, a Nayan, a Samkaya, a Ayan. And look at that. What is that? And look at this one. Look at this one now, y'all. That's that LaFlower thing. The one that person had Mansa Musa on that staff. And y'all know that LaFlower thing is some type of fallen angel worship. And look what they got for the Kayaf. Now y'all, and they still got the Rayash, they still got the Shayan, and they still got the Tayaf. But they got see, this is where they mix now y'all with the Canaanites. All right, guys? This the part that I'm glad that the Most High got everybody trying to grasp it, but this the part they don't get because they don't speak the tongue. You can't, if you don't speak the full Habariyah, then you won't be able to understand the mixing the holy of the profane. You won't understand that all these Israelites are speaking this Canaanite tongue. That's why I tell y'all all this Isis Israel, this is where you get Yahuwah from and Yahweh from and all these A-E-I-O-U's. This is where you get these Canaanite vowel sounds in Acadia. The first that happened in Acadia. And what is this person talking? Yeah, the Fleur de Lis, that's what it's called. And that's what that is right there. And what is this person talking about? Abraham spoke Akkadian. Do you understand? Because that's when Nimrod came down in that Faxide's land and Tower of Babel. See, once you really understand the true history and speak the tongue, then it all makes sense, aligns. But praise the Most High for people putting pieces together, okay? Because if the Most High didn't allow them to find that find of the ancient in Ben Haman, that ancient tomb from Kamenhotep in ancient Kemet, all right, then we wouldn't probably see in this ancient picture of Abraham. I agree. More than likely, that is Abraham. This brother gonna make a great point. All right, he's gonna make a great point. And that Abusha, the Amu, in the Akkadian, that would transliterate. That probably would more than likely transliterate to Abraham, the elder, the leader, the father of his tribe, Abraham. All right. I just wanted to break that down.
Akkadian. So, put yourself in Abraham, incorporating elements of Amorite dialect. Hebrew is a Canaanite dialect that developed later, a lot later, incorporating elements of languages that came before it, specifically Akkadian. So, put yourself in Abraham's sandals. He arrives in Egypt, he speaks Akkadian, he introduces himself using his Akkadian name, which means exalted father, and the Egyptian scribe, listening to this foreign tongue, writes down phonetically what he hears. He hears the Akkadian sounds for exalted father, and so he writes Abisha. Centuries later, when Moses is writing the Torah, he records the name of the language of his people, Hebrew. He uses the Hebrew equivalent of exalted father, which is Abram. The sound is different because the languages are different, but the identity is the same. It's the difference between calling a king Charles in English and Carlos in Spanish. The sounds change, but the man remains the same.
The white brother, he's doing good on certain things, but certain things he doesn't know what he's talking about, right? Because he keeps dating this Hebrew and he doesn't understand that there's a tongue, Habariyah, right? In Canaanite Hebrew. You have ancient, you have paleo, you have late, you have modern, you have different iterations of Hebrew. You can't just keep saying Hebrew and he thinks this is one thing, but he's doing pretty okay with his scholarship, all right? Let's continue.
King Charles in English and Carlos in Spanish. The sounds change, but the man remains the same in English and different, but the identity is the same. It's the difference between calling a king Charles in English and Carlos in Spanish. The sounds change, but the man remains the same. So the fact that the painting says Abisha is actually perfect. If it said Avram or Abraham in perfect Hebrew, I'd be suspicious because that language hadn't been invented yet. Abisha is actually what a wealthy Akkadian chieftain named Exalted Father would have been called in 1900 BC. Now, on to the next challenge, the timeline. Chronology is usually where these theories die. You can have the right name and the right look, but if the dates are off by 200 years, none of it matters. So, it kind of begs the question, do the dates work here? First, a quick reality check. Aligning ancient timelines is messy. We're comparing Hebrew genealogies to Egyptian king lists. They don't count time the same way. We aren't looking for a synchronization to the exact same day. We're really looking for the same general era. The tomb painting is dated to the reign of Pharaoh Senuseret II, so that puts it roughly around 1878 BC, give or take a couple of years. Now, when was Abraham in Egypt? Traditional timelines often work backward from the Exodus, but I think that there's a better way to calculate this, one that the Apostle Paul actually uses in the New Testament. In Galatians 3, Paul says the law at Sinai came 430 years after the promise was given to Abraham. So with that, we can do a little math. The standard date, and I'm going to take the early date here, for Exodus is roughly 1446 BC. And if you go back 430 years from the law, you land in 1876 BC. That's the year Abraham enters Canaan. Genesis says he entered the land, traveled for a bit, and then a famine hit.
So what I do, because he kept showing all of these white images of Abraham. So when y'all see these images pop in, right, that's me putting them in. All right. So I put a lot of work in this because, see, I put this in. So he keeps showing, so the rest of the video, he keeps showing all these white images and all, but he's showing that you're saying this is Abraham. So then why would you keep showing all of these images? It's a mixture, right? That's mixing the holy and the profane, right? It's just dishonest, right? So I put all these in. So whenever y'all see these images popping in, I put these there.
The numbers. Abraham arrives in Egypt approximately 1876 BC, and the Beni Hasan painting is painted approximately 1878 BC. We're talking about a difference of maybe 2 years. Historically speaking, that is a bullseye. Even if our calculations are off by a decade or two, which happens all the time in ancient chronology, we're squarely in the same generation. Abraham and Abisha are contemporaries. This isn't a mismatch where we have to twist the numbers to make them fit. This is a convergence. Both timelines, independent of each other, point to the same exact moment in history. So, we have the name, we have the date, but the evidence that really convinced me, it's what these people actually look like. So up next, we're going to look at the cultural markers. Before we analyze the picture, we have to talk about the journey, because I think we can often get this cartoon version of events in our heads where Abraham just strolls across a line in the sand and poof, he's in Egypt. But in the Middle Bronze Age, it didn't really work that way. To get from Canaan to the court of a local governor, this group had to traverse what was known as the Ways of Horus. This was a military highway. It was a narrow strip of land along the coast of the Mediterranean, flanked by the sea on one side and deadly desert on the other. And waiting for them at the entrance to the delta was one of the most formidable structures in the ancient world. It was called the Walls of the Ruler. This was a massive system of fortifications built by the founder of the 12th dynasty, Amenemhat I. Its sole purpose...
I love that they keep showing... All right, let me turn my mic up a little. I got you. I love that they keep showing the original Mitzrayim, Kemet. All right? That's what they should be showing. All right? There you go. It should be because I didn't realize I was talking when I'm not talking loud. This keeps going low. All right. So, and if I get loud later, remind me to turn it down. All right. So, yeah.
Was to stop Asiatics, or people like Abraham, from the Canaanite area. It was called the Walls of the Ruler. This was a massive system of fortifications built by the founder of the 12th dynasty, Amenemhat I. Its sole purpose was to stop Asiatics, or people like Abraham, from the Canaanite area, from infiltrating Egypt. There are ancient Egyptian texts, like the prophecy of Neferti, that describe...
I like his what he just said. That's correct. He said, Abraham and them, you couldn't just waddle into Egypt, Kemet, like that. They had fortifications and things to keep people out. You had to be prestigious, and you had to be coming with correctly, lest you could be enslaved and unalived. All right? Thank you, guys. I didn't know that. I wish I would have said that sooner. I would have turned it up before. You had to come correctly. And he's right. They had to travel a crazy distance and all that, right? So all of this.
First, its sole purpose was to stop Asiatics, or people like Abraham, from the Canaanite area, from infiltrating Egypt.
He keeps calling Asiatic. That's Afro-Asiatics, everybody. That's what they call them throughout history. So the same way that they keep whitewashing history, they change sayings. Because if you keep saying Afro-Asiatics, then you know who you're speaking on. But you should say Asiatics, it's like replacing the ethnicity of the individual. They keep calling Mesopotamians and stuff like that. That's how they whitewash us again.
12th dynasty, Amenemhat I. Its sole purpose was to stop Asiatics, or people like Abraham from the Canaanite area, from infiltrating Egypt. There are ancient Egyptian texts, like the prophecy of Neferti, that describe why this wall was built. It says this verbatim: to forbid the Asiatics to walk down into Egypt, they beg for water in the customary manner of order to let their cattle drink. That's exactly the biblical context. Famine, thirst, a desperate need to move herds to the Nile. And so picture this scene. Abraham, or Abisha, isn't just wandering into town. He's approaching a militarized border zone. He's leading a convoy of 37 people, plus animals, up to a fortress gate manned by Egyptian archers who look down on sand dwellers with suspicion. This is a high-stakes moment. If you don't have the right gifts...
Look at all these receipts of Egypt drawing themselves, of Kemet, ancient Kemet.
The right status or the right diplomatic touch, you don't get in with suspicion. This is a high stakes. He's leading a convoy of 37. And so picture this scene. Abraham, or Abisha, isn't just wandering into town. He's approaching a militarized border zone. He's leading a convoy of 37 people, plus animals, up to a fortress gate manned by Egyptian archers who look down on sand dwellers with suspicion. This is a high stakes moment. If you don't have the right gifts, the right status, or the right diplomatic touch, you don't get in. You get turned back to the desert, or worse. This explains why we have this painting. You don't just walk into Egypt anonymous. You have to be processed. You have to be documented. And so the painting at Beni Hasan isn't just art. It's essentially like a passport stamp. It's an immigration record. The scribe notes specifically that they carried a safe conduct or a permit pass with them. It implies that Abisha, or Abraham, had the diplomatic clout to secure a visa before he even arrived. He wasn't a refugee sneaking under the fence. He was a dignitary with paperwork. And once they passed the wall, they didn't just stop at the first town.
And that reminds you of my lesson with the Minoans. When Tutmosis III, he had the hieroglyph with the Minoans giving their gifts, bringing gifts. Absolutely.
They traveled deep into the country, about 160 miles south, with paperwork. And once they passed the wall, they didn't just stop at the first town. They traveled deep into the country, about 160 miles south, to Beni Hasan. This wasn't a quick trip. It was a tour. They were moving through the heart of the Egyptian state, likely protected by that safe conduct pass, until they reached the court of Khnumhotep. So when we look at the painting, we aren't just seeing a family portrait. We're seeing the survivors of a dangerous, bureaucratic, high-stakes diplomatic mission. This is where the evidence gets really cool for me personally. Because when you actually look at the painting, I mean, really zoom in on the details the artist recorded, these people don't look like generic Canaanites anymore. They look like they're from Mesopotamia. So let me show you what I mean. First, look at the clothes. These aren't just generic robes. They're decked out in elaborate and multicolored patterns. There are stripes and diamonds and complex geometric designs. The Egyptian artist spent a lot of time getting these details right. He's showing you the specific weave, the color combinations, the quality of the fabric. Now, compare that to what people in Canaan were actually wearing back then. We have the evidence, textiles, artwork, you name it. And generally speaking, Canaanite fashion was pretty simple.
That's because they weren't Canaanites, brother. They're from Arphaxad. You see, that's why I broke down, guys. The reason why I showed y'all in the ancient texts, the books, that Arphaxad later became Chaldean. He can't understand it. He keeps comparing and keeps saying they're Canaanites. They're not Canaanites. They're from Shem. Canaan is from Ham, brother. They're not Canaanites. That region, Canaan, is living in some of Canaan's descendants living in the region, but the reason why Chaldean, which is that these are Arphaxadites, but he doesn't know that. All right. So Abraham is from Ur of Arphaxad. These are Arphaxadites, his great grandfather. You understand? Shem's son. This is descendants. So they're not Canaanites. Okay, now some of Cush is there because Nimrod came and came inside of a fact-sized land. That's who built the Tower of Babel in them. So you got Canaanites there with their cloth on. You're correct. But he doesn't understand. He thinking like they're different from, yes, they are. He keep calling them Mesopotamian. All right? He's Eber's grandson, Abraham. Eber is Habarayah, everybody. There's no Hebrew word. That's transliterates to Hebrew. The name Eber or Ivrit, all that, that's Canaanite tongue. That's other dialects. That's Heber's grandson. He's a Hebrew. You think it didn't exist. Heber did exist. Those are his descendants. They called you your descendants. That's why they call the Messiah the son of David. Everybody listen clearly. They call Mashiach the son of Dayad. He wasn't Dayad's son because they call you by your ancestral name. So Abraham was a Habarayah because his grandfather was Habarayah. Okay? Just like the Pelesians are Peleg from the Pelesian Islands. Do you understand? All right. So anyway, that's the part he's confused. He doesn't understand. But praise Yah that we can take his fruit and unveil more. I'm really thankful too that the Most High led this brother to find, to unveil stuff, but I can help as well. You understand?
The quality of the fabric. Now, compare that to what people in Canaan were actually wearing back then. We have the evidence, textiles, artwork, you name it. And generally speaking, Canaanite fashion was pretty simple. Maybe two-tone, but mostly practical, durable stuff. But the people in this painting, they look wealthy. They look sophisticated.
And the reason why they like all pretty colors and bright, because they're Habarayah. They like gold hoop earrings and all that. It ain't nothing changed today.
They look like they come from a place with a serious textile industry. In other words, they look like they come from Mesopotamia. And we know this for a fact. We have thousands of receipts, literal clay tablets from the city of Ur that describe their massive textile industry. They were famous for it, in fact. The royal and wealthy classes in Ur wore exactly this.
Now that's a fact. They were known for their textile fabric fashion making. They did it in Spain and Portugal as well. When the Moors was there, the Hebrews gave textiles to Portugal and Spain, and they became very wealthy of their textile industry. We broke that down on our lessons. All right?
This kind of stuff, multicolored, geometric, high-end fabrics. And remember, this is exactly where Abraham was from.
Does this look familiar, anybody? Fashion? Does this ring a bell to anybody? The descendants? Look, dressed up, fly clothes, fashion colors. They call it textile fabrics and stuff. You heard? The whole world still copying the dress of the Habarayahs. But he doesn't understand it. Okay, let's continue.
Wore exactly this kind of stuff. Multicolored, geometric, high-end fabrics. And remember, this is exactly where Abraham was from. Genesis said he came from...
You know we like a good fabric, right? We could be broke as all outdoors, but I know I need to look good. You heard? If I ain't got nothing else, my shoes need to be nice and clean. I need to have on some good fabrics because I ain't got nothing else. At least I can look like something. That's a cultural DNA marker of the Habarayahs. Okay? Ain't nothing ever changed. So Abraham was coming into Egypt. They was looking good like a Hebrew should, right? Like Brother Elwood. You heard?
Exactly this kind of stuff. Multicolored, geometric, their massive textile industry. They were famous for it, in fact. The royal and wealthy classes in Ur wore exactly this kind of stuff. Multicolored, geometric, high-end fabrics. And remember, this is exactly where Abraham was from. Genesis said he came from Ur of the Chaldees. He wasn't a native Canaanite. He grew up in the big city. He was raised in the heart of civilization. So even after he moved to Canaan, he wouldn't have just thrown out all of his wardrobe and started dressing like a local shepherd. He had the money and the status to keep dressing like a Mesopotamian. And that is exactly what we see on the wall at Beni Hasan. Now, we've talked about the clothes, but there are still a few more details in this painting that almost everyone misses. And honestly, they might be the most important clues of all. Look closely at the second figure in the line. He's holding a musical instrument. It's called a lyre. To the casual observer, it's just a guy with a harp. But archaeologically, this is huge. The Egyptians didn't really play this type of portable lyre at this time in history. This was a Semitic instrument. In fact, this is
Shemetic instrument. Musicians, yeah, it is. We're playing, I could swing. Rakim said, the rhyme is rugged at the same time hard. I can swing up anything, even the swing of an harp. That's Rakim, my melody. Beginning of hip hop. The rhyme is rugged at the same time sharp. I could swing off anything, even the swing of a harp. That's my melody. Check it out. Check out my melody. Beginning of hip hop. Bars. Rakim. You heard? Ain't nothing new under the sun. He said, we rhyme and he could swing off anything, even the swing of the lyre, the harp. That part.
Is one of the earliest known depictions of this instrument in the
King Dayad.
history of art. But why does it matter? Because it tells us about their culture. These aren't just survivalists trying not to starve. They are people of culture. They are people of song. Think about the Bible. Who is the father of music in Genesis? His name is Jubal. He's the descendant of Cain. Who is famous for playing the lyre and the kinnor? King David. Music was central to the worship and life of the Hebrew people. The fact that Abraham's group traveled with a designated musician tells us they valued art, history, and storytelling. They likely sang the songs of their ancestors around the campfire.
It's crazy work that he keeps showing. Oh, I keep putting it. He keeps showing these people, bro. I'm like, bro, how you gonna do a exegetic lesson, and then you keep showing these images, bro? It's just that's horrible.
Fires at night. They carried their culture with them. This is a distinctly Hebrew kind of culture.
So this is what they look like, but you keep showing these images. It's bad scholarship, bro.
Distinctly Hebrew with them. This is a history and storytelling. They likely sang the songs of their ancestors around the campfires at night. They carried their culture with them. This is a distinctly Hebrew kind of culture. It suggests they weren't just bringing goods to trade. They were actually bringing entertainment. They were bringing their own history. In the ancient world, traveling chieftains were often expected to entertain their hosts. A wealthy patriarch from Ur would bring his own bard to play for the Egyptian governor. So this is a sign of sophistication. Now look further back in the procession. Look at the donkeys. On the backs of the animals, you see distinct objects. Many scholars identify these as bellows, the tools used for smelting metal. This connects us to another fascinating detail. The inscription says they brought mazdemet, eye paint, or stibium. But stibium isn't just makeup, it's a mineral. It requires mining. It requires processing. In Genesis, the clan of Cain is associated with Tubal-Cain, the forger of all instruments of bronze and iron. There's a deep biblical tradition that the ancestors of Hebrews were skilled metallurgists.
There you go with these images. This is just ridiculous. All you see when he shows the real ancient images, look, all you see, now he whitewashed this one, but all you see is everybody, and he just keeps showing these.
Eye paint, or stibium. But stibium isn't just makeup, it's a mineral. It requires mining. It requires processing. In Genesis, the clan of Cain is associated with Tubal-Cain, the forger of all instruments of bronze and iron. There's a deep biblical tradition that the ancestors of Hebrews were skilled metallurgists. Later in the Bible, we see the Kenites, who were related to Moses by marriage, were traveling smiths. If this group is carrying bellows and metalworking tools, it implies they weren't just shepherds. They were craftsmen. They had technology that the Egyptians wanted. The Egyptians were great builders, but the Semitic peoples of the East were often the innovators in portable metallurgy and weaponry. So Abisha brings textiles, you see the coats, weaponry, there are bows and axes in the picture, music in that little harp called the lyre, the technology of the bellows and the smithing tools, and then, of course, the minerals in the stibium and eye paint. Do you see a picture forming here? This is a mobile industrial complex. Abraham represents a transfer of technology and culture from the height of Mesopotamian civilization into Egypt. He's bringing the wisdom of the Chaldeans into the land of the pharaohs. This fits perfectly with later Jewish traditions like Josephus, which claim that Abraham taught the Egyptians astronomy and mathematics. While the painting doesn't show him teaching math, it does show him bringing the tools of high culture. He is an ambassador of the advanced world. But it's not just the clothes and items they brought with them. Look at the men's faces. They have full, carefully groomed beards. They aren't wild or messy, they're styled. The hair is...
He really messed up whitewashing this image. He showed the original. None of them look like this. Now they look like, yes, Yasaf coat of many colors.
Cut to a specific length. Again, this is a dead ringer for Sumerian grooming styles. It doesn't match the Canaanites, and it definitely doesn't match the Egyptians, who were usually clean-shaven. It matches the statutes and the art we find in Mesopotamia. Abraham is a guy from Ur of Chaldees, living in a foreign land.
So I put this in here because I can't take him keep putting these images. I just kept going back. We're going to show the original image.
Keeping his cultural identity intact. Let's go back one more step and look at the gear. The men are carrying throw sticks and composite bows. The way they carry them, the specific design of the weapons, archaeologists have pointed out that these have Eastern origins. This isn't the kit you'd expect from a local Canaanite militia. This is gear from the East. Everything about them, the clothes, the hair, the weapons, it all screams Mesopotamia. Finally, look at who is in the group. It's not a raiding party. You don't bring women and children to a war. It's not just a standard merchant caravan, which would usually be just men. It's a family. It's a clan. You see men and women and children all...
It's a tribe. Yes, it's a family. It's Abraham's tribe. And it's a part of his procession that he was using to come in and barter and trade with ancient Kemet, not Egypt. People need to show some type of respect, guys. God goodness.
Traveling together. This matches the biblical description of Abraham perfectly. Genesis says he took his wife, his nephew, and all the substance they had gathered, and he didn't leave the family behind. He moved as a unit, a mobile community. Now, the painting shows 37 people. Is that Abraham's whole camp? Probably not. We know he had hundreds of people in his household, but 37 is the perfect size for a delegation. You don't march two...
I got rid of that image quick. That's interesting. Who said that those sons could be Isaac and Ishmael? Could be, right? But he bought those alive with AI, and I got that right off the screen real quick, right? I'm like, how you keep showing that, but now you're going to keep showing these? Boy, they know they like to.
His whole camp? Probably not. We know he had hundreds of people in his household, but 37 is the perfect size for a delegation. You don't march 2,000 people into an Egyptian governor's office to buy grain. You take a representative group, the head of the clan, the key family members, some guards, and the trade goods. Now, I know what you might be thinking. You might be asking, Scott, wouldn't Abraham have just blended in after living in Canaan for a few years? Honestly, I don't think so. First, his household was huge, potentially thousands of people. I mean, you had hundreds of armed men that were born in his household. When you have a group that big, you don't have to assimilate. You are your own culture. You keep your own language. You keep your own customs, and yes, your own fashion. And second, he was rich. Wealth gives you the option to be different. He wasn't begging for scraps. He was an independent power in the region. So when he walked into Egypt, he would have looked exactly like what he was, a wealthy, high-status Mesopotamian clan leader. And that is exactly what the Beni Hasan painting shows us. Now, before we get to the final verdict, we have to talk about the man who commissioned this painting. Because once you understand who Khnum-Hotep was, you realize why this painting is such a big deal. This is political propaganda. We're in the 12th dynasty of Egypt. This is the Middle Kingdom, specifically the reign of Pharaoh Senuseret II. This was a time when the central government was trying to consolidate power, but strong provincial governors, called nomarchs, still held massive influence. Khnum-Hotep II was the nomarch of the Oryx nome. He wasn't just a bureaucrat, he was a power player. He came from a long line of governors who acted almost like local kings. His tomb at Beni Hasan is one of the most elaborate ever found for a private citizen. But why does this matter? Because guys like Khnum-Hotep didn't paint random things on their walls. In Egyptian tomb art, every square inch is calculated. It's a resume for the afterlife. You list your titles, your vast herds of cattle, and your diplomatic triumphs to show the gods, and of course history, that you are a man of order and wealth and status. So why include a group of foreigners in such an important space? Khnumhotep is boasting. He's showing that his influence extends beyond the borders of Egypt. He's saying, look at me, I am so powerful and my territory is so stable that wealthy chieftains from foreign lands come specifically to trade with me. He calls them Amu, which is the generic name for Asiatics or Canaanites, but he treats them with dignity. He records their specific gear, their distinct musical instruments, and their high-status textiles. If this was just a group of starving refugees begging for bread, they wouldn't be on the wall of a powerful nomarch. You don't put beggars on your resume, you put peers, you put dignitaries. This tells us that the leader of this group, this man named Abisha, was viewed by the Egyptian governor as a man of significance, a man worth recording. Okay, so we've looked at the name, the timeline, and the cultural markers. Now let's actually open the Bible and see how the Genesis account matches what is on that wall. Because if this really is Abraham, the details in the text should line up with the details in the painting. And when you look closely, they do. Genesis 12, verse 10 gives us the setup. It says this, and there was a famine in the land, and Abram went down into Egypt to sojourn there. This is the key context. Abraham isn't invading. He isn't migrating permanently. He is sojourning, looking for temporary refuge because the food ran out in Canaan. Now look at the painting. The inscription identifies people as Amu, foreigners from the east. And it specifically notes they are bringing trade goods, and in this case, it's eye paint. You don't show up to a foreign country during a famine empty-handed. You bring something to trade. Abraham was wealthy, so he brought high-value, portable goods to negotiate for grain. Eye paint, or stibium, was perfect for this. Valuable, easy to carry, and in demand in Egypt. Then we have the famous and kind of awkward incident where Abraham says Sarah is his sister. Pharaoh takes her into his house, and in Genesis 12, verse 16, he says this, and he entreated Abraham well for her sake, and he had sheep and oxen and he-asses and men servants and maidservants, etc. Basically, there is a massive transfer of wealth here. This is ancient diplomacy. You don't just take someone's sister, you pay for the alliance. Later, when Pharaoh realizes the truth, he sends Abraham away, and in Genesis 13, verse 2, he tells us, and Abraham was very rich in cattle and silver and in gold. Now compare.
See these images he keeps showing? Now y'all see how bad scholarship that is? That you're bringing out, that you got this find of ancient Kemet, right? And they drawing, you're saying this is Abraham on the wall, but you keep showing all these images. It's some bad, I don't know, it's like, so guys, it was all through. I put this right here. Every time y'all see these original images, that's me putting it there.
Ancient diplomacy. You don't just take someone's sister, you pay for the alliance. Later, when Pharaoh realizes the truth, he sends Abraham away, and in Genesis 13, verse 2, he tells us, and Abraham was very rich in cattle and silver and in gold. Now compare that to the figure of Abisha in the painting. Does he look like a starving refugee? No. He looks like a wealthy clan leader. He's dressed in those expensive Mesopotamian textiles. He's leading a delegation. He's meeting with a governor. And here's where the pieces fit together. Abraham enters as a wealthy outsider seeking refuge. Abisha is depicted as a chief of Amu entering Egypt. Abraham travels with his whole household, his wife, nephew, servants. The painting shows a mixed group of 37 men, women, and children, a family unit. Genesis describes a high-level diplomatic exchange involving wealth, and the painting commemorates a formal visit involving trade goods. You might ask, but the Bible says Abraham met with Pharaoh. This tomb belongs to a provincial governor named Khnumhotep, so why would he care about Abraham? Here's the geography. Khnumhotep's district was in Middle Egypt. If you're traveling from Canaan to the royal court, or if you're moving around Egypt seeking pasture and grain, you pass through these regions. Khnumhotep would have been one of the officials Abraham had to deal with. Maybe the one who processed his entry, accepted his initial trade goods, or even facilitated his move toward the capital. The fact that Khnumhotep chose to paint this on his wall tells us something huge. This visit mattered. Egyptian governors didn't paint random beggars on their tomb walls. They painted their achievements. They painted important events. The arrival of this wealthy, exotic Mesopotamian chieftain was significant enough that Khnumhotep wanted to be remembered for it 4,000 years later. So we have a wealthy leader arriving in Egypt during a famine with his family, bringing trade goods, meeting with officials, and leaving an impression that lasted for centuries. That sounds exactly like Abraham. But of course, people still have objections. What about the dates? Or what about the name? The objections are understandable. So in the final part, I'm going to tackle the biggest objections head on and give you the final verdict. The first objection, it's just a generic scene. Well, if this was just a generic stock image of foreigners, why name the leader? Why be specific of the exact number of guests, being 37 people? Why record the exact date, the year 6 of Senusret II? Generic art is vague. This is specific. This is a record of a real event that happened in an actual place on a specific day.
Yes, guys. Abraham was rich, wealthy, powerful, and a warrior. All of the above. And righteous and wise. Strong.
Imhotep wanted this specific visit remembered. Okay, so objection number 2 might be that the name isn't Abraham, it's Abisha. Critics say Abisha, not Abraham, not the same name, not the same person. But that's actually the smoking gun. Both names mean the same exact thing, exalted father. He spoke Akkadian, and in his native Akkadian, exalted father is Abisha. The Bible simply uses the later Hebrew translation, Abram. So the wall isn't wrong, it's just preserving his actual original name. It isn't a contradiction, it's actually a perfect linguistic match. Objection 3, the dates don't match. Well, chronology is actually a really hard thing in ancient history. Depending on which scholar you ask, Abraham lived anywhere from 2100 BC to 1500 BC. But the 19th century, around 1890 BC, the exact time of this painting, is widely considered by many biblical archaeologists to be the Middle Bronze Age sweet spot for the patriarchal period. It fits the culture and the geopolitics and the migration patterns perfectly. So, what do we do with all of this? If we accept that this painting gives us a glimpse of a historical Abraham, it demands that we completely rewrite the picture we have in our heads. Growing up in Sunday school, I always pictured Abraham as this quiet, humble nomad, a guy in a dusty robe wandering alone through the desert and maybe looking a little lost. But the Beni Hasan painting doesn't show us a drifter at all. It shows us a prince or a king.
Why would you grow up in Sunday school thinking Abraham was a drifter and lonely and all that stuff when he run? That don't make no. Well, then you must never heard the Bible before. That just make you look real foolish saying that, brother, because that makes no sense. Because the Bible speaks of Abraham and his wealth and lot, and that's all it speaks of. He always had his people and his tribe and his. What do you mean lonely, dusty? What Bible you reading?
A chieftain. It shows us a man dressed in the finest royal textiles of the ancient world. It shows us a man commanding a retinue of warriors armed with advanced king. A chieftain, dusty robe, wandering alone through the desert, sure we have in our heads. Growing up in Sunday school, I always pictured Abraham as this quiet, humble nomad, a guy in a dusty robe, wandering alone through the desert and maybe looking a little lost. But the Beni Hasan painting doesn't show us a drifter at all. It shows us a prince or a king, a chieftain. It shows us a man dressed in the finest royal textiles of the ancient world. It shows us a man commanding a retinue of warriors armed with advanced composite bows and axes. It shows us a diplomat who walks into the courts of world powers and is treated...
I know that's right. Somebody done told him wrong. Old dusty Abraham. The Bible ain't never spoke of Abraham as being dusty. You dusty McNusty.
With respect.
That was that dude breaking down all that. Anyway, I don't know. The jury's out on that one. Him trying to say all that, because he doesn't speak the linguistics, so he keeps speaking on Abraham was Akkadian, so he spoke Akkadian, Canaanite. Boy, take several seats. You need to understand the linguistics of the tongue. That was a Faxad's land, and he was a Faxad's genealogy. Now, could he speak Akkadian? Yes, they were multilingual. They were bilingual. They spoke what you would call Aramaic, Assyrian, all of it, because there was a Shemetic group of languages. So is the Canaanite tongue, because Canaan was all in our Shemetic business from Nimrod, from Cush, and then from the actual Canaan in Gaza and Philistine and in Jerusalem and Jebusites and all that stuff, right? So, yeah. So could this have been probably? Let me see if I can give just my opinion. I think this was. I think this was actually Abraham going in, because what the brother do, his scholarship is correct. This would fit no other historian that would make it in one of the governor's hieroglyphs. And then the dress, the harp, the smelting iron, the wealth. This more than likely would have been Abraham's procession. But it's just conjecture, right? It's just hypothetical, right? Go ahead. Somebody want to say something?
Yes, please. Roberta asked a question.
The one about Egypt?
Yeah, about Hotep.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about no Hotep. I don't know what that means. You could just Google that. You can Google that and it'll come up. I don't study the Mitzrayim, the Ham. That's some I don't know what that is. I never checked it out. So if you Google it, it'll come up. Whatever the Hotep stuff is. You got these Hoteps running around, right? But some of them do descend from ancient Kemet. These blacks running around want to be conscious community Hoteps. I don't know what that means. When you look it up, Roberta, Sister Isaac, let me know, right? I just never went down the rabbit hole to find out what it means, right? All right, so anyway, now that is Abraham, right? This study right now. We closing out now. All right, how do I do? Stop share. Share. There we go. Stop share. Share. Screen. Window. I'm tired too, so good. Abraham's image exposed. Now y'all got where I made the thumbnail, right? So is that Abraham? Could be. Got a good strong case for it that it could be, right? But these were definitely some Shemetic Fertile Crescent dwellers, Habariya people, right? Descending from Heba. You know that from their clothing, their dress, their instruments, all of that coming in. Just like when I showed the ancient Pharaoh Tut depiction of the Minoans, they weren't dressed like that, right? They had their locks, long locks. They had their mixed hair. They had their little, right? So yeah. Now, let me close out. Y'all know I got a word to close out. You know, I got something to say. All right, family. As we bring this lesson to a close, we must confront a truth that many are really uncomfortable bringing to pass, bringing to light. History has not only been recorded, it is now being remixed. Tonight, we saw that white brother say, Mansa Musa was white. I got rid of that foolishness. They said ancient Sudan, white. Ancient Kush, white. Ancient, oh, no. There's some crazy work was happening right here. All right? Across centuries, across empires, across paintbrushes, and even the printing press, The faces, cultures, and accomplishments of an entire people group have been altered. Ours. They are replacing our history, not always through their lies spoken out of the mouth aloud, but through images that they're quietly changing, names that they're slowly shifting. That's why I keep calling Asiatics. Hey, thank you, Jacob Castro. He said Hotep can mean peace, at rest, harmony, satisfaction, or an offering. To make an offering is what can, yeah, that makes sense, an offering. Because that's where all the Kemet, ancient Kemet, was all about offering and witchcraft and all their gods, fallen angel stuff. That makes sense. The offering, the part is what it probably stands for. They did some offering to some gods, right? So they're changing, names slowly shifting, narrative and cultures being retold until the next generation, it becomes the truth to them through repetition. Tonight's lesson was not about us stealing anyone's culture. It wasn't about us replacing one people with another. It was about us recovering what was removed and exposing the lies. Because when history is remixed, identity is destabilized. You heard? Isaiah 5:20 says, woe unto them that call evil good and good evil, that put darkness for light and light for darkness. See, them changing images, erasing origins, and whitening the past is not neutral scholarship. It ain't neutral. It's descending darkness masquerading as clarity, as history. All the way from this Renaissance of this dark ages that they try to now call the Middle Ages. You hear this part? See, these are the re-changing of the words. From the Renaissance, we witnessed a profound shift. Ancient figures that was once depicted with features consistent with blackness or Africa and Shemetic. See, they got Semitic and now they whitewash. They are Semitic. But Shem was brown. Shem is melanated. See, after the Renaissance, all of these profound images seemed to pop up. They began to appear lighter and lighter and more Europeanized and detached from their actual geographic and cultural realities. Suddenly, ancient Egypt got whiteface, all in the movies. Now, Sudan is recast. Now, the African kings now become Mediterranean. These words, shout out to Brother Chuck Taylor, Mediterranean. And now, in our time, we hear they're saying right now today, Mansa Musa, the wealthiest man in recorded history, he wasn't black. Egypt was never African. Sudan, Ethiopia, all white. Entire civilizations were now someone else's legacy. This ain't curiosity. This ain't academic scholarship. It's systematic witchcraft, erasure. Proverbs 22:28 says, remove not the ancient landmark which thy fathers have set. When landmarks are removed, physical or historical, people lose their sense of being, their bearings. This is why discoveries that we showed tonight, like the Beni Hasan tomb painting, matters so deeply. Because this thumbnail that you're looking at is on one side an image that they're saying is Abraham, and on another side, the image what the original ancients would have drawn, the ancient Aphrodite side, what they call Mediterranean Fertile Crescent inhabitants. Okay? Now, this is why the discovery of the Beni Hasan tomb paintings and all the hieroglyphs and all the tombs matter so deeply. Not because we rush to conclusions, not because we crave in sensationalism, but because the evidence, the truth, the artifacts forces more questions. And questions threaten comfortable narrative. Questions threatens the lies. A Shemetic caravan is what you see on the screen, dated around ancient Kemet's Middle Kingdom. They had clothing of brightly colored, freshly textile wear, propping a collar. They had weapons. They had musical instruments, family structure, and a travel pattern. Okay? And yet, silence through all scholarship realms. Nobody talks about this find from the 1800s. Why all of a sudden ain't nobody talking about this? Okay? See, if this scene is even given even close to the world of the patriarchs described in the book of Bereshit, Genesis, then much of what we've been taught visually, culturally, and theologically should be all re-examined, because it's all a lie. I had that little young dude write me, he mad from the last live. He talking about they were little Christians. The Romans called them Christians because they were calling them little Christ. I'm like, little young man, they were never Christians, the Hebrews. He said, yes, they were. They received it. They liked the name. Yeah. The reason why I know he's young, because I went to his channel, and he a little young, young looking, look like I don't know what he is, Hispanic or white or something. And he's up there and he's trying to, everybody, the Lord loves you. And I'm like, you know what? I said, I apologize. I thought he was some old dude writing, some old Christian. I said, you know what, young dude? I'd rather you be trying to seek the Most High in Christianity than be out in the street doing crimes. So I apologize. Go forth and may the Most High bless you. And then he came back and said something like, well, you need to get with the Lord Jesus. You need to serve the Lord or you're going to hell. I said, see, you can't stop these little idiot juices, right? I'm like, boy, I'm sitting up here trying to tell you, go on, nothing to see here. You go on and, maybe you'll wake up to the truth one day. But you can't stop these little missionaries with their Lord Baal. Get your little ditty self out of here. I'm like, you got the free will, something I wrote, you got the free will to serve any of these religious gods you want. But me and my house, we ain't serving no Baal. We ain't serving your Lord and none of your little Jesus, Caesarea Borgia, Serapis, Christos, fallen angel, ditty gods. Be gone. You heard? Be gone, little boy. All right. But again, they love the lie. That's what the scripture says. We have to re-examine. We have to theologically, visually, culturally, exegete, linguistically, chronologically find the truth. You heard? Re-examination is dangerous to systems that are built on lies rather than the truth. See, the scrutiny of examination is dangerous to those built on lies. Book of Job 12:22 says, he discovereth deep things out of darkness and bringeth out to light the shadow of death. See, the truth does never fears excavation. Only revision does. So they come, they don't want to know the truth. Jesus Christ is the Lord. And I'm like, brother, look up what the Lord means. Look up where Christ comes. Look what language is it. They don't want to know, right? See, truth fears no discerning. Truth don't have no fear of it. Truth will welcome you to discern the truth. But they don't, they don't care, right? They love the lie. The manuscript says that. He'll give them over to a strong delusion because they love that lie so much too, right? Right? All right, I'm trying to keep it, I'm trying to turn it down, but then it'll go too low and then it'll, right? Because my voice level will change, right? So, he discovereth things out of darkness, he that discovereth things out of darkness, bringeth out to light the shadow of death. Job 12 and 22. So why isn't this truth taught in the churches? Why isn't it discussed in the seminaries? Why does visual evidence unsettle people more than any of these textual debates they like to have? See, they don't like to discuss what's on the hieroglyphs, the tombs, the carvings, the frescoes, the ancient relics, what the people of that land drew, how they drew and witnessed themselves. They like to have textual debates, right? From these people that wrote this stuff, and this person wrote this, and this church father, this little ditty dude, they ain't even your culture. I wanted to tell the little dude, man, put my history book down. Go find you. Don't you got some history? What's your ethnicity? Were you Roman? What are you? You got a history? Put our book down, bro. Put my history book down. I'm getting stealing fatigue. I'm getting stolen history fatigue from these people. For real, I'm getting tired of them. Like, be gone, man. Y'all annoying now. All right? This really is. They love to lie so much. I'm like, bro, be gone. You're really annoying. All right. So that's why it's not taught in churches and seminaries. Because the visual evidence, theft fatigue, is too much. You heard? Images tell the truth that words try to avoid. You see? Images are powerful. That's why the Most High had all these people draw everything. Draw us all over the walls in the caves. Y'all see the thumbnail? You got one dude, they saying Abraham, another dude is from the Mesopotamian region. Come and tell me, make it make sense. Because images are powerful. They tell the truth that words try to avoid. And when images challenge centuries of portrayals, they expose how deeply history has been curated and stolen. See, this lesson was never about providing a single claim beyond all doubt of this Abraham. It was about restoring our discernment. If it did anything, it's about learning to separate evidence from assumption, chronology from tradition, truth from inheritance. Because faith built on half-truths actually become weak, fragile. But faith grounded in honesty is unshakable. Yashala, it's 10 toes down, grounded in truth, faith. Ecclesiastes 7:25. I applied my heart to know and to search and to seek out wisdom. Because seeking wisdom is not rebellion. It's striving to discern through obedience. So as we leave out this lesson tonight, I want you all to remember this. History is not fragile. It ain't soft. It ain't weak. Truth does not need a bodyguard. Truth does not need protection. And asking questions does not threaten faith. We are called to rightly divide, seek and discern the truth. If the past is being remixed, then it's time to listen again to the original recording. Come on, talk that talk, y'all. If the past has been remixed, this is the remix, well, then I think it's time for us to listen to the original recording. We need the original recording then, okay? because what was buried was never meant to stay hidden. And when the truth resurfaces, it doesn't resurface quietly. It brings the noise. Like Public Enemy, bring the noise. When truth resurfaces, oh, it comes in with a bang. And it changes everything. It changes your whole, everything. Everything I was taught was a lie. Yeah, it comes in, come on, with a shafayah and a loud blow. Knock you off your horse. So family, as I close out, hear this clearly. Truth does not belong to institutions. It does not belong to these dark empires, these ditties and whatever. It does not belong to traditions handed down without clearly examination, tactful, clearful examination. Truth don't belong to that. Truth belongs to the Most High. Truth belongs to the discerner. Truth belongs to the seeker. You heard? The Most High never commanded us to inherit lies. He commanded us to walk in understanding. Proverbs 4:7. Wisdom is the principal thing. Therefore, get wisdom, and with all thy getting, get what, Yeshalayah? Get y'all some understanding. And with all that, get you a big heaping soup bowl full of understanding. You heard? Because you can have all the wisdom you want, but if you ain't got no understanding, that's the part, okay? This part, the Most High commands us to walk in understanding. So everybody listening to this lesson now and on the replay, go for it with discernment. Question everything. That's why I tell you, study, show yourself approved, diligently seek. Don't just listen to me, discern for yourself. Question what you are hearing, what you are seeing, what you are learning from everybody. Okay? Study the hidden things. See? Study what was removed. Examine what was repainted. And never ever be afraid to look twice at history when something doesn't align. When it ain't sitting right in your raya, in your spirit, don't be scared to look twice. Ask a question. That part. Don't ever fight over identity. All right? Nah, I ain't got to fight. The Most High is going to discern the truth. We don't got to steal nobody's culture. Every nation, don't steal nobody's culture. Don't erase others to elevate yourself. You are to seek truth and let truth speak for itself. Because lies survive in silence, but truth survives examination. You see? Lies thrive in silence. But truth thrives in exposure. So everybody, guard your mind, guard your spirit, guard your children for the ditties. They out there, these lies from the lake of fire. Guard the ancient paths, the truth. Jeremiah 18:15, Jeremiah. My people have forgotten me. They have caused them to stumble in their ways from the ancient paths. Guard the ancient paths, the truth and the life, the way. Do not stumble where others forget. They want to have amnesia, let them have it. Stand where truth remains. Walk humbly, study, discern honestly, and let righteousness guide your path, everybody. This is tonight's lesson. Praise the Most High, his holy name, his rightful order. This was Abraham's image exposed. This part. Don't forget this. And whatever you do, don't forget this part. Share screen, window. Don't forget this Diddy stuff. These fools are saying we blackwashed history. This is Mansa Musa, the king of the Mali kingdom. You got to be kidding me. He got his Jesus finger up. He got his la fleur, la flou, whatever that is. These people that lost their mind. These people, boy, this ain't nothing. These ultra-permers is crazy as all outdoors. All right. This part. Thank you, Hakiyama, for your assistance. Thank you, everybody, Elder and Yasha, for your covering. Thank you, Mashiach Assembly Ministries, for joining us tonight as we expose tonight's lesson. Did Egypt draw Abraham on the tomb walls? Tonight you got to see the 1900 BC evidence exposed, the Hasan mystery from Khumatep II, the governor, right? Abisha the Amu. Abraham was from a faxa. La fla, la fou, la blue, right? I would say la flu, la lou. I don't know what that is. A faxodite. You heard that part. Now remember this part. Close out here. Remember the ancient, and we're going to open the books. We're going to open the ancient books. Stop share. We're going to get that. I'm going to grab these books, and one of these lessons, we're going to knock this out. The Chaldean sign of the serpent. Faxodites are now called Chaldeans. You heard? That's Abraham's grandfather. This part. And they worshipped a Faxide as a god. A Faxide was worshipped as a god under the form of a serpent. To be continued. Sons of Shem. Praise the Most High. His holy name is rightful order. All right, we out of here. We see y'all Friday. We continue the series, right? We continue the What's the Name series of the, we're going back to Rome and all that. We continue the series. I'm thankful that the Most High had us bring out this tonight. Abraham's image exposed. All right. Thank you, Elder Tamayah. I'll see y'all Friday, Eastern Standard Time, about 9 p.m. May the Most High cover and bless you all. Go forth and be the light. From the house of Yah to you worldwide, Shalom. That means peace and blessings of the Most High to you all. Shalom. Go forth and be the light. Right? Anna Yah from the UK. Go forth and be the light, she says, with a UK accent. Shalom, everybody worldwide. Shalom.
He adds secures and hooks us tight. A gift from Yah, eternal life. He sent his son a sacrifice to show how much he loves us. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, oh, you are loved. You are loved by Yahuwah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Praise Yah. Hallelujah.
Bible study every Tuesday, 8 p.m. We having a Zoom Bible study. I'm gonna put email me for the link.
I'm a lion of the tribe of Judah. Say it again. You are the precious chosen people of the Most High.
watching our videos, and we'll see you in the next video.
And we'll see you in the next video. So like and subscribe.
Our channel.
Yeah.
We are the true Hebrews. We are the true ones that fulfill Bible prophecy and scripture.